It's tiebreak day here at the FIDE World Cup in Goa. 58 players are already through to round number 2, where they will meet the stars. Gukesh, Kaimer, Henriquez, Pragnananda, Giri. They're waiting in round 2, but we have 20 matches going to overtime, tiebreak, shorter time controls to determine who will join them today. I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko here in our studio. Miro, what games, what tiebreaks are we looking forward to today?
Well, we do look forward to all the tiebreaks, of course, but we have a couple of young stars that we should definitely pay more attention to. On board one, Kavin, Mohan held Robert Hovhannisyan for 2 comfortable draws.
Yes.
So this is definitely one to watch. And Fausti, the youngest ever player in the World Cup. Will he be the youngest player ever who made it through round 1? That's a big question.
He will have to defeat Ante Brkic first, a very, very solid grandmaster. But I believe we can start calling him Dr. Fausti if he makes it to the second round. For now, we will make it to the playing hall for some impressions from yesterday's highlights. So yesterday was classical chess. The format, as usual, 2 games of classical chess. If it's 1-1 after these 2 games, that gets us to today, where they will switch to shorter time controls to determine the winner. We do not know the rules, as usual, but I was told it's 2 games of 15 plus 10.
Followed by 2 games, 10 plus 10, and that is as far as I remember the rules. I've heard about Blitz, Jan.
Yeah, we should mention it's only 2 games of 10 plus 10 if it's 1-1 after the 15 plus 10 games.
That's
so basically it's 2 game matches, somebody wins, it's over. It's 1-1, 2 more games with less time.
Yeah, so 2 different blitzes, potentially. So 5 plus 3, 2 games again, set of 2 games. And then if it's 1-1, 2, 3 plus 2 blitzes, and then it is still 1-1. The bidding Armageddon game, which we still have to figure out how the bidding procedure will be done. Which brings us to our poll of the day. Will we see Armageddon/sudden death games?
Oh, this is a yes or no poll, or is there like a third option?
There's an option C that is my preferred.
If it doesn't rain?
Yeah, that's a option.
So let's do the math. We have 20 matches, most of them fairly evenly matched. So we'll definitely see the 10 plus 10. We will definitely see the 5 plus 3. We will most likely see the 3 plus 2. I think yes. I think we get a
I would go yes, but the total of Armageddon games could be not 1-2 max.
Normally you get 1 or 2. The experience says normally you miss dinner, you get 1 or 2 Armageddon games. But hopefully they will be fun. We are ready to switch to Charlize in the playing hall, where I think she tracked down the head arbiter to tell us exactly how the tiebreaks work.
We are live in a much emptier and a much quieter playing hall, as it is going to be tiebreak day. And I don't know if you can see behind me, players are starting to enter. You can practically feel the tension in the air, which is way more than our classical days. Let's speak to Swapnil, our Deputy Chief Arbiter, to find out about what exactly is going down today.
Today we have a 9 game in total, and it's a knockout format, so 2 game system is there, and we have total 4 rapid games and then 4 blitz game, and if still the scores are level, then we are going with the sudden death game at last.
Let's talk about the time controls. First, we have rapid, blitz, and then Armageddon.
Yeah. And it's not Armageddon, and this time we are shifting to the sudden death game, where the players are going to get the increment of 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. And first time control?
First time control is 15 minutes plus 10 second increment. Then for the second set of the rapid, it's a 10 minutes plus 10 second increment. And then the first blitz, it's a 5 plus 3, and the fourth one is a 3 plus 2.
Swapnil, you've been at so many tournaments. Can you tell me, what do you think about the players? Are they feeling more tense today compared to the classical?
Yeah, of course, it's a tie-break match, and the player, if he loses, and he will get knocked out and he has to go home. So, of course, they are tensed and nervous also.
And we also have a lot of arbiters sitting around. Can you tell us about their role in each game?
Yeah, they are sitting. I mean, they are the assistant arbiters, those who are going to record the games of the players. So because one arbiter is supervising one game, so it will be, we are under the competition regulations as per the FIDE laws.
And final question, what about your prediction? Are we going to reach the sudden death today, or do you think the day will end earlier?
I hope we should not, but let's see. It depends on the players. We don't know. Someone is good in the standard, but they are weak in the rapid, and someone is better in the rapid and they're weak in the standard. So we can't guess. I mean, but let's hope and let's see what happens.
Well, it's going to be exciting no matter what. So stay tuned to the broadcast to not miss any of that. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much. Not sure I understood it further, but it's not that hard, right? It's 2 games, someone gets knocked out, if not 1-1, they continue. Armageddon after 8 games total.
Yeah, true that. Now, we still have some time before the start of the games themselves, so I have to say I am very sad, Jan. And it's not because half of the players who are playing today will leave as those who lost in classical games round 1. Yeah, the reason for my sadness is absolutely different. It's been brought to my attention that some of the people watching this show are still not subscribed.
And they're not subscribed to the YouTube channel?
No, this is something that, and I don't want to sound passive-aggressive, guys, but you know I'm talking about you, right?
But don't they miss all the updates when a new show starts?
Yeah, I guess.
How do they even work?
They miss new updates, they miss notifications, and they shouldn't be writing any comments because we are definitely not reading those.
No, somebody's checking.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in all seriousness, yeah, we will appreciate if you would subscribe to FIDE YouTube channel and all the social media outlets of FIDE chess.
Yeah. I have a feeling I'm not getting enough notifications on my phone. That's one thing missing in my life. So if I can get some new ones from that subscription, I'm definitely in. We should definitely look at who is playing today. It's 20 games of Rapid. Frankly, it's hard to keep track of 20 games of Rapid. So we will have to choose our favorites. You already mentioned Robert Hovhannisyan, the experienced Armenian Grandmaster on board 1 of this Rapid, is facing Kavin Mohan, the, I believe, 14-year-old FIDE Master, which is not a match Hovhannisyan has really dominated. It was 2 correct draws in the classical chess. Kavin Mohan from Malaysia looked very much up to the task. So if we want to see a big upset, because many of these players are evenly match rating-wise, they will be whatever, 2-5-30 against 2-5-60. There we don't really call it an upset, it's just 2 normal grandmasters.
And what's interesting, just look at it, like almost everybody who went to the tiebreak, they went there by making 2 draws. So with a few exceptions. Cristobal Henriquez had to level the score after losing game 1.
Toby came back, Spider-Man.
Then, yeah, a lot of draws again. Mateusz Bartel lost game 2, and this could be the only ELO favorite losing. Or was Jabava ELO favorite? I think Jabava was ELO favorite as well, who lost game 2. Diego Flores blundered badly in game 1, but came back in game 2. And that be it, I think. I think no more dramatic matches, mostly draws.
No, it's kind of typical with this format, especially in round 1. Players just arrive. They don't want to go too crazy against a similar strength opponent, so a draw is likely. And then second round, it's this what do they call this? This fear of sudden death. Even if it would be in your best interest to play for a win and take more risk to maximize your chances, in the back of your head you know, okay, if it's a draw, I have one more day.
And two more games, right? I mean, so why put at stake everything in this one game, which I can make a draw and then just like, yeah, play two more games tomorrow?
Yeah, normally mathematically it's wrong, especially for the underdog. You want fewer games so that the variance is higher, but it's very hard to get yourself there. And there we are on board number 1. Robert Hovhannisyan with the white pieces, looks fresh, rested, motivated. Kevin Mohan, he looks chill, he doesn't look anxious at all.
True that, and I think on board 1, this is where we have a ceremonial first move being made by Secretary Protocol Government of Goa, Mr. Saniv Magdakar. Sorry.
See what he chooses.
See what he chooses. Does he go e4? Does he go d4?
We keep
Will he
being
move the
tricked
corsi?
by this first move. The truth is, the celebrity can make whatever move they want, then the player will take it back and make whatever move they want.
Yeah,
and that's not just because they don't trust the celebrity, it's also because you have to make a move and press the clock for the game to actually start, right?
Yeah, and if Anand's move didn't make the cut, that you expect, yeah, with all due respect to the secretary, his move will also be taken back.
Yeah, that is likely. Speaking of Anand, I heard he's coming here today.
Yeah, we'll see about it, but I've heard that as well. So he might be joining us in the studio. Some final announcements before the tiebreak starts, and off they go.
Chief Arbiter Anastasia Sorokina giving a speech. No punches below the belt, no kicking under the table, no coffee at the boards. Respect your opponent and the arbiters at all times. Have a clean fight. You may touch gloves now, if you want. Paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing. Yeah, true that. Yeah, I haven't heard of any recent, you know, kind of scandals involving like Armageddon, the game's tiebreaks. But I remember like the good old times, you know, when the people would flag each other, rook versus rook and stuff like that. So luckily we don't get it here because even the sudden death game is played with an increment and there won't be...
Luckily, that's the most fun part of the whole thing. I never understood this increment. We want drama, we want action, we want peace flying around. Make it 5-0 versus 4-0, like in the old days. It's 2 seconds, everything's boring, and people can move the pieces cleanly. Don't get it. FIDE, if you're watching. We are FIDE, right?
We are FIDE.
Change it.
So that's...
Make it 5-0. Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin's so far.
Now we can see some nerves, Kevin. The spotlight on him. That is board 1. We will keep a close eye on the FIDE master from Malaysia. And of course, we will also be on Fausti watch on board number 10, Fauy-Oro against Ante Brkic.
Yes, somebody also with like quite a huge elo difference. Daniil Yuffa couldn't prove anything against his Canadian opponent with Indian name, Thavandiran Shiyam. 2 draws, so couldn't really prove that 26-18 is stronger than 23-99. Almost 2400 though. So that
There's Daniil Yuffa. He looks focused.
Board 2, Fausti is on board 10, I believe. Yeah. Fauy-Oro. Then we have some other interesting matchups. Karen Grigoryan against Ahmed Ali, for example, on board 6. 2 very strong grandmasters, and I'm surprised to see Karen Grigoryan to be rated 2480. Only, I think. I used to see him like closer to 2600.
Okay, guys, are we ready?
We're ready. The time is 3 p.m. local
handshake.
Time. And e4.
That was a very meek handshake, I have to say. The Petrov is being played. Hovhannisyan, I'm not surprised. Goes for d4. Attacks the horsey. Kevin covers it. Knight d7.
Knight f7, go knight f7.
Oh, that forces a draw. It's not going to happen. Takes. thinking now. 92, 93 castles, 92. I know that move. We prepared that for Mr. Magnus Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi. It's a bit of a... Bluff is strong, but a bit of a surprise weapon.
Yeah.
Let's see. Queen e7 check, kid. No, not bishop d6.
This way
Now
you
it's trouble.
This way you let them play queen h5,
Now
right?
castles queen h5, now you're worse. Yeah. Fell for it.
Worse maybe is a bit of exaggeration, but
No.
It is.
Or worse. I mean, like,
Yeah, worse.
not like
like look,
worse.
it's a symmetrical position with d-file being like just like a conundrum of pieces,
like
and then it's very important. Yeah, like finally we get to prove that. Yeah, a tempo is very valuable because white goes queen h5 and black cannot reply with queen h4.
Yeah. Kevin plays f5 very quickly. Maybe he knows his position. Sorry, I'm nerding out. Where white goes knight c3 instead of knight d2, and white has the double pawns. Then this line is playable for black. But here it's frankly just bad.
It's just worse, yeah?
Yeah, it's quite bad. Bishop g5, queen e8, queen f3.
Yes, I must have confused
C6,
this
bishop
one
f4.
with
yeah,
the pawn on
c3, this
c3.
is theory, but this is just bad. That's the whole trick of knight d2. Anyway, Robert showing his experience here in the opening against the youngster, getting a bit of an advantage. We'll do a quick tour through the boards till we make our way all the way
Okay.
to Fausty Boy.
Yeah. Daniil Yuffa, quickly, on board 2. Look at how sophisticated his opponent is. Like 3h6 is either beginner's move or somebody who actually is very quirky in the opening.
Nowadays, all these moves, a6, h6, a6 and h6. Magnus played a6, knight f3, h6 in tournament games. Like, you can't do anything.
Yeah, that's incredible how solid black's position is if you fight for the center with your move 1.
You go d5, e6, then
d5,
you've
e6,
done the
and
hard work, then you can make some random pawn moves.
Right, true that. On board 3, we have a funny move. So Narayanan, SL, with black. Has played knight h5. Just look at this position.
What is this?
I mean, some random stuff. So that's c3, h3 line in...
I like this line because it gives you a fairly decent chance to win a piece
winning on a
early on.
spot.
It's better if after h3 you start shaking your head and you say, oh no, my pawn.
Oh no, my
something,
pawn type of thing, yeah. So bishop to d7, bishop d3, bishop c6, queen e2, and...
We're pretending all these are normal moves, like bishop d7, bishop d3. Modern chess. Knight h5.
Knight h5 played relatively quickly. There are games, believe it or not. There are games, believe it or not, and then some familiar names I can find.
d5 played.
g3, d5. Wow.
Modern chess. White struggles a bit with his underdeveloped queen side. The pawn on c3, taking squares from the knight, but knight to h5, threatening to come here, provoking this g3, and now opening the position. Without any development, with the knight on the rim hanging.
Yeah, well, allowing white to go e5, for example, and then the knight on h5 looks terrible. Yeah,
but e5, white has his own problems, like on the long diagonal.
I guess you'd consider going d4 or even...
Yeah, or just g6, bishop h6, knight can come back to g7. I don't know. I'm sure it makes sense, Narayanan, very strong theoretician, he's prepared this, but it does look funny. All right, moving on, what do you do? 95. That looks natural, attacking the horsey and potentially the bishop. I guess you go back.
You go back with the horsey. Right
or
now you go g6.
g6.
Yeah, so now knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, I guess. Or... Yeah, that's some funky position already.
Okay. Moving on. Cristobal Henriquez, or Toby, as they call him.
That's French, right?
Toby? No, the opening.
No, the opening. No,
yeah,
he's not French. He's not French. He's from Argentina.
I don't think he's from Argentina.
No, he's not from Argentina. Come on. Now I keep thinking of Fausti and that we have to get to him and so on. No, he's from Chile.
No, he's from Chile.
He's from Chile. Yeah.
Okay, some standard advanced French Sorry, guys, that's not gonna make the cut. This is boring regular stuff. Okay, King H1, maybe G4, F4 coming, and we stay in the neighborhood from Chile. We are switching to Peru, where we have Jorge Cori, very strong player, also having to do overtime here against Aldiyar. Ansat did not make it in the classical part.
And what Cori does, I think he plays it since the age of 10 or something. What you got, the Colle system, right? Knight F3, E3, D4, Knight F3, E3. Is it the Colle system? Or no, this is Zuckertod.
I always struggle. I think technically once you go B3, it's Zuckertort, and if you play C3, it's Colle.
Yeah.
But who
Whatever.
will ever know? But
Yes.
this is, these classic
I believe
Zuckertort games, no?
it's a very, very cool opening for anything like shorter time controls, because you know your next, I don't know, lot of next moves, so to speak.
No, especially white has more experience here than black. There are lots of positional subtleties, and we can see Aldiyar Ansat already looks slightly unhappy.
Yeah.
Well,
Spend some extra
Cori
3 minutes.
blitzing out his setup. Very solid. White always has the key to the lock here if he wants to change the structure, while if black wants to change it, just means he gets a sad, isolated pawn. So, yeah, Aldiyar does not seem happy with the overall situation, understandably.
Right, then on board 6, Grigoryan against Ahmed Adli. Looks comfy for Adli already, if you'd ask me. I don't know what happened, but looks like black quickly got in a very pleasant position.
What went wrong here? This looks terrible for white.
Yeah. Thought it was some King's Indian
freestyle,
attack.
not uncommon in Armenian chess circles. Now e takes D and knight B3 with the knight on E2.
That is something very fun.
Then A3, nice, just completely freestyling. None of these moves.
Knight
That makes
C3,
sense as strong,
bishop
but
F5, bishop.
looks strong, let's say.
Yeah. And then you can just like play E5, or even like if you care about the D5 square, maybe go Queen D7 and you are still better. It's basically, but black has very like natural next few moves: Queen D7, Rook A to D8, and then he's ready to munch
Pick
on the
up
pawn.
the knight is misplaced. No, that's a bit of an opening disaster for Karen Grigoryan.
And also, like if you lose with white, even in a rapid game, it's so hard to come back with black.
Yeah. Also, I'm sure it's his style, and he likes to be flexible and so on. But you're white in a pretty high stakes, like rapid tiebreak game. You have to play G3, D3, knight D2. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, take some center first, right?
Fight for the center. Useful advice from the commentary bench. Okay, Grigoryan in big trouble. Arthur's Neiksans, who's used to being a commentator, has to play chess here as well. This is what, some Petrov?
Yes, it is.
Alisher Suleimanov, maybe he missed that knight c6 is the way to go here according to the internet. But this is some pretty standard Petrov. White has a slight pull. Black has to be a little careful. I'm not sure I'm fully sold on knight to f6, but still.
Yeah, like
pretty standard.
Rook to B8 is another kind of awkward move, it seems. But
yeah. Still, black's position is solid, but white can exert some piece pressure. Rook e2, rook a1.
Yeah, and these positions are amazing to me because I'm never able to tell. Like some of them are like there's absolute emptiness, and it doesn't matter what you do, it ends up in a draw. Some of them are actually quite unpleasant.
No, and the line is very blurry between 0-0 and now you're in deep trouble.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
true.
It's complicated. But here, for example, even a very direct move like queen to a3,
threatening
rook
to e7,
and with threatening rook takes e7 and bishop takes d6.
And yeah, and black has to be extremely careful. Yep.
Yeah. Suleimanov. pretty strong player in my book. Even, I would argue, slightly underrated. Made 2 draws, I was just checking here, in the classical portion. But now, he's on the back seat. All right. Let's get Yegor Lashkin versus
Jingo. Yeah.
Oh, that's my line.
Your line
I can take credit
in
for it.
English, right?
But I've played many a Title Tuesday game in this very exciting line. The thing is, I hope future Title Tuesday opponents aren't watching, Black can more or less force a draw with c5, queen h4, g5. But who has time to look at nonsense like this?
Oh, wait.
Take.
Strangely, I have some weird memories that I probably looked at this.
Yeah.
I probably looked at this, and you don't need like a NATO supercomputer to show it, right? I mean, you just have to spend for 15 seconds. Yeah,
it's still very weird, and it continues, of course. No, Anish, for example, played this against Hans Niemann in the last round of the Grand Swiss thingy and got a very pleasant endgame. So if Black doesn't want to go for murky stuff, he often ends up facing the 2 bishops. Still, some sensible things were done. Bishop d2, queen e7. No, but this is what White wants. Now you sort of stabilize. There are no rook d1, short castles. And then the bishops can do some talking later on.
Eventually, 2 bishops might tell.
Yeah, he played rook d1, covering this bishop, preparing castles. Bit unpleasant there. What can you tell us about Yegor Lashkin?
Not much, to be honest. But I've figured out that every now and again there is like 1-2 players from Moldova coming seemingly out of nowhere, and then they reach 26, 50. That's been the case with Barel Bologan back in the day, long time ago. And well, we all know he's like highlight winning the Dortmund Super Tournament. Then Iordachesko at some point was a very, very decent grandmaster. So yeah, maybe it's time for another Moldovan star, you know.
Pick up mantle.
Yep. So then we move to Max, to Mad Max.
My boy, Max Warmerdam.
Is he a Mad Max or not so Mad Max?
He's not that mad. He's a very solid,
very
clean-shaven, well-dressed, polite young man. There he is facing Lalit. We've seen a bit of the classical games that were a little up and down. He could have, either side could have won in the classical portion, but in the end, they played 2 draws. Max Warmerdam there. With the black pieces, normally very well prepared. Looks like he got a good position. While Lalit was...
That's a mix of everything. I wanted to say it's a London, then I've seen a knight on c3. I wanted to say Jobava London, whatever they call it. Yeah. But then it was...
Everything, everywhere, all at once. Queen e2 looks wrong. c4 is what Compy likes. D takes c. And d5 with the mess. Well, queen 2 is a bit slow. No, black can even take if he wants to.
Yeah, but black played bishop e7. Black already played bishop e7. That's quite solid as well. So now none of your c4 will be any dangerous. I think potentially black is just better here.
Yeah,
like he castles, puts the rook on c8, and
if you do stuff like knight c3, you better back it up with some violence. If not, it's just a bad French for white, where black doesn't have a silly bishop on c8. Not sure it's French with the pawn on e3, but we get the idea. Max nodding quietly.
Yeah, and I think it's that time
we've
made it all the way to board 10 to check what Fauy-Oro is doing.
And the game is already delivering. What was this, 1g4?
No, it was, believe it or not, but it was a Caracan. It doesn't look anything...
This line's
remotely...
C3,
knight f3, c3. Is it a line?
Yeah, that's a trendy sort of thing. Yeah. People have started doing this.
queen b3, and again, yeah, like I imagine capturing on f3 is bad, so you go queen d7, and
Yeah, and then you try to win the queen with knight e5, takes, and you hope that they miss
for them to
bishop
play
d5.
e6.
Typically, they don't.
A6.
Fausty's not going to miss that.
c4, d4, g4, and bishop g2 and knight d2. Okay. So black has some difficulties developing his king side.
Fausty was caught off guard here after c4. I actually know this line, but you're not supposed to play d4 as far as I remember. You're supposed to take and play e6 and then be a little precise.
There is
and get it
only
out.
one game in recent database, and I think, let me check. Alexei Dreyev with black has won a game after replying e6 to c4, an immediate e6.
Yeah, that's
which I'm
also
not
a
sure
lot.
computer likes a lot, but yeah.
No, then you get this ending. After cd5, white is a bit better. And the computer wants d takes c4. I recall I was looking at this. But d4, strategically very risky.
Yeah,
He's a confident guy. He's saying, pass pawn, what are you doing? I'll keep some play, but it is risky. So g4, bishop g6, bishop out, rook has to cover the pawn, knight comes out, and white has all kinds of nasty, like c5, knight c4, knight e4, f4, f5, even knight f3, castles.
Yeah, so I imagine like you cannot allow yourself to like just like try to develop with e6 and stuff. You probably have to
What
go
else?
h5.
You go h5 for
Probably have to go h5, gotta go all in, but
He played e6.
he did play e6.
h5,
Okay.
there was some mess like c5 takes c6.
Wow. And then white probably wins by taking b7 next move.
So e6 played, stopping c5 at least. Good castle, knight e4 also looks nice to bring the bishop out.
Yeah, like knight e4 almost forces black to take on e4, I think, because otherwise, like, you don't play bishop e7, it's silly, and you can't play knight e7.
No, I think he has to take it, and yeah, Brkic plays knight e4. Very strong, experienced Croatian grandmaster. In Germany, we call him the Croatian Rasmus Swane, which is high praise.
Croatian Rasmus Swane, okay,
Yes.
never heard of it.
Maybe not as high praise as Argentinians calling Fausty, the Messi of chess, but similar to us. Croatian Rasmus Swane, Messi of chess.
Yeah, counts for something. That's I'm sure. 94, yeah, Fausty.
Speaking of this Messi of chess, are you a football expert?
No, not expert, but by any stretch of imagination, no.
I don't know
Not
much,
at all.
but I do know Messi, when he was like 11 or something, wasn't he sent to this La Masia, this Barca school? But they said he was too small and too weak to be a football player, and then he got a growth spurt, and it all changed. So I'm not sure if they call an 11-year-old the Messi of chess, if they mean like pre-growth or...
They call him the cool Messi of chess. F7, F5.
F5 played, whoa.
Which is objectively...
Does make it messy for sure.
Objectively not a great move. But what is your kind of temptation? What like first second move you'd make with white?
I would think, I know I'm winning, but this kid is gonna trick me. That's what I would be thinking.
Because, like, I thought, well, you want to keep it kind of tempo-based, so you take on f6, not to retreat the knight, and it drops significant. That's significant part of significant part of the advantage. So you're actually supposed to
G5.
to take on f5. Yeah, gf5, and I'm not sure.
EF.
Yeah, ef with the tempo, but then you go to g5. Well, actually, knight d6 is also quite tempting if we are honest. But
no, and he took on f6.
He took on f6. I told you.
Yeah,
it's quite possible.
Croatian Rasmus Swane is keeping it solid.
EF6, but now you get to develop with the tempo. You take on f6, right, and the
Knight takes. You can see Fausti is relaxing a little bit there after knight takes f6. You're thinking, okay,
again,
worst is over.
Following the compy advice now, white apparently has to go knight to g5,
Which he's not
h6,
gonna
knight
play.
on f3, so there is like a lot of jumping with one knight, and you probably end up like capturing on f6, which is already equal according to the machine.
And all of a sudden the black structure starts making more sense as well.
Wait, I have the center. Yeah, I have a pass pawn.
No. Ante Brkic recently hasn't been in his best shape. He used to be a very stable 2-6-30, 2-6-40 player. Dropped a bit to 2-5-79. And we can see Oro is trying to reach the 8th rank with his head not quite there, but he looks confident.
Yeah, I'm looking at some games on the games below that. Well, there is some excitement, but not something out of this world. Jobava, as you would guess, has another absolutely crazy position, but that's very, very often the case with him. Well, not crazy as like wildly complicated, but I'm absolutely unable to tell what the opening was.
Sorry, I'm studying
Fausti's game.
Faustino Oro's body language, not so much the game. How he's staring down the opponent, and yeah, Ante Brkic, I think, maybe played e takes f6
A bit too
a bit
fast.
too quickly, and now he's staring
Right,
at position.
like,
Well,
now
the moment has already passed.
So he senses that, yeah, it's a critical moment, but in reality it was a move ago. Yeah. Can you do something like bishop f4 now? I mean, it's probably
looks
not the
natural
greatest of ideas, but like at least...
Probably
Yeah,
that's what he's trying to calculate.
I'm
Yeah, then.
blundering, it turns out, because after bishop f4, black can take on e4 with the bishop. Bishop takes. You cannot take the rook because the other bishop's saying, yeah, bishop takes, bishop takes,
now
and then
bishop
bishop d6.
D6,
And we've lost a lot of tempi.
And also, yeah, this is the piece distribution that black wants, right? The light square bishop, which can't cover the dark squares
Yeah.
against the horse here. This looks all right. Now, Brkic took on f6.
Now, after gf6, black can start getting very optimistic about his chances.
At least long term. I'm not sure if white is worse. He's got to be careful, but
Castle.
this is...
Well,
what do you do? You go h5? Do we develop the bishop? I don't know where. c5, g7, somewhere. Probably not g7, because I don't want to allow c5 from white.
yeah, I guess bishop c5 is a natural move. h5 is kind of the most...
Always a wild card.
Yeah.
h5, I guess white goes
The
g5. there.
sharpest, yeah, like h5, you probably don't want to let black take, so you go g5, and then you have to have a move after g5, because you're not taking g5, you're not helping white to develop, so you probably, don't know, bishop. Yeah, compy says bishop f5, black slightly better, but it doesn't mean, that doesn't mean much.
Where after h5, g5? Or?
Yeah, h5, g5, bishop f5, black is slightly better, -0.2.
Yeah. Sounds
That's
reasonable.
quite tricky.
Okay.
We have a result. Mateusz Bartel
What's he
has
doing?
lost.
He lost in like 3 minutes?
His queen got trapped.
Aronyak, not to be confused with Aronyan.
But what? How did this queen get to g4, man? It's like it's something.
Okay, some stuff was played. Knight fd2. This is apparently a line I've seen Brkic played recently against Keimer. Bishop e7, knight c3. d6, also what Keimer did, although you could argue d5 or normal. e5, trickery, takes, whatever.
d5 takes. I mean, somehow it's awkward. Queen to
good.
d7, and he allowed d5, and then you cannot take because of this bishop h7 trick. And yeah, knight.
I missed d5. Funnily enough, Compy says b5 was fine. Takes,
That
queen
takes with the tempo and the knight's hanging, yeah. But that is rocket science. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's knight b8.
Knight
Looks
b8.
like something might have gone a little wrong.
Yeah, knight b8, and then queen to c2, and again you don't want to be
Queen
taking queen g4.
g4.
Queen g4 A to D1, knight D7, bishop E2.
He was already slightly tilted from the way this went, I guess.
But queen G6 will still be...
It's not helping.
Yeah, queen G6 will still be kind of sort of playable.
Yeah.
Sort of playable, but queen H4, rook D4 was game over on a spot.
Ouch. Yeah, tough for Mateusz Bartel. Now he has to come back, and you mentioned earlier he won the first classical game,
Yeah,
then
so
lost the second classical game.
That means kind of losing 2 in a row.
Yeah, doesn't put you in a great headspace. If you're the favorite, you won the first game, and then you have to get to tiebreak. Then this happens.
Yeah,
That's difficult.
not the most pleasant for sure. Ahmed Adli looks like he's
go there.
completely winning.
Chabava's position is
Okay,
messy.
okay, completely
Whereas-
winning is maybe an overstatement, but so he has a rook and a couple of pawns against 2 minor pieces, and B pawn will be falling anytime soon. You can take it right now. You can go rook B3 and so on. So should be quite good for black. Should be quite good for black.
Let's look pretty winning. Can you go
like-
rook D1?
Yeah, rook D1 is something I'm attracted to. Like I like
Yeah.
to get rid of white rook and then see what.
It's what they taught us, right? With
Yeah.
2 rooks, opponent has 1, exchange of 1 rook, then.
So you have rooks and your opponent doesn't.
Exactly. But Compi says rook D1. No, white goes rook A2. You're not getting that rook.
So the rule is right. Yeah. So if the rooks are exchanged, it works in black's favor. All right. So shall we go back all the way to board 1 to
Maybe
Kavin
it's time
Mohan?
to check out what Kavin is doing. But after Kavin messed up the opening, I was expecting long suffering. He's suffering, but not too much.
He's not suffering too much, and like I believe if the bishop's ending is not dangerous, which I don't think it is,
Gotta be a draw.
then black should be absolutely fine because white doesn't have that many ideas. Like
Very
C4,
solid.
like under what circumstances you'll go C4 and it will bother black? It's very hard to imagine.
Go B4, black can only go A6, just lock everything up. Yeah, there's not that much to do. Still, you could shuffle, I don't know, or play rook H1, bishop E2, bishop D3.
Yeah,
Other
like
moves you play,
imitate
C4
G4
or
idea,
G4,
C4,
but,
G4, yeah.
it's-
Yeah, so the game goes on, but like white apparently had some bigger advantage straight from the opening, and now at
Rook
least
H1
partially
played.
it's gone.
Rook C1. Kevin doesn't look very bothered by
King F6.
Hovhannisyan's expert maneuvering. He just, King G7, King F6
King
back.
F6.
What are you doing? You want to play C4 or not? Show me the money.
Yeah, and if white wanted to play C4, the reaction to it is no reaction. Rook E7, rook D8, whatever.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't want to play C4. He wants Kevin to think about
Him playing C4, right.
But, Kevin does not do him the favor. by not
Kevin has 10 minutes. Very comfortable. Yes, yeah, no, not bothered.
Not in a
Not
particular
bothered. Right. So some fancy positions here and there. Again, Fausti. Where is Fausti?
Board 10.
Board 10. Well, so he did not play H5. He ended up developing the bishop, going King F7, and so on. Still very, very complex position.
Messy. That's not what you want with your Ante Brkic. You want to use your opening knowledge, your understanding of structures. You don't want any kind of mess. But I blame this E takes F6 moment. He did actually use his opening knowledge. He got a very promising position. But now, Fausti's back.
Fausti's back. He's a little bit short on time, but this 10 seconds increment is okay. I always thought like the hardest part in this tiebreak days is transitioning from rapid to blitz in terms of like time adjusting to the time control.
Yeah.
And it's not like you don't understand, like you get less time. The increment is what messes up because like 10 seconds you've developed this rhythm that you've played a couple of moves and then you have time to think. In blitz you do not have such luxury.
Yeah. It's deceptive. You have 2:52 on the clock, but you're actually not in any trouble time-wise. Well, in the 3+2, all of a sudden, 2:52 is not a lot of time. Okay.
All right, so queen to
And,
f3,
Played queen f3.
targeting the I mean, I'm not sure how serious is a threat to b7 pawn, but
No, I'd take it. Why can't you take it? Also, maybe he's threatening bishop e5 or something like that.
so bishop e5 is the threat. Yeah, queen b7.
What's Oro doing? Is that a legal sitting position? We have to check with the arbiter. I think he put his feet on the chair, so he's now taller than Ante Brkic.
Can you use his line in our studio? It's like if the chair, like, if something happens to our chair, which never happened before.
I don't think I can do this without seriously hurting myself. No. No.
So we'll have to wait for new chair for Jan Gustafsson.
Different chair, maybe.
Yeah, but seriously, he no longer looks that small.
Okay, he's literally put his feet on the chair. It's like he's standing on that chair. But yeah.
To assert dominance.
Yeah, he's towering over Ante.
And the move is
rook
f8.
What's that?
Not computer's favorite move.
Bishop e5.
Not computer's
By
favorite
covering
move.
f6. Looks a little odd. Bishop h6, you go rook e8. And then there's no trickery.
Yeah. a3.
Why
Nah,
can't
he
I
doesn't
take the pawn, like...
Yeah, I guess queen b7, why just black away? Takes.
Compy says the endgame is just good. Who cares about
Yeah, maybe the d pawn is just strong, right? Because to be completely honest with you, I thought of rook b8, but this is apparently too much. Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, I'm surprised how, like, what the evaluation of his only points to, like, even if you sack the exchange and take on b2, because you do have your own strong bishop on g6 and then some ideas with d3. But yeah, it shouldn't be done.
No need. What? Did Oro change his seating arrangements again? Looks like he's having as much chair trouble as me here. h4 by Brkic.
Do we like h4?
Never.
No. That is. Oof.
I played rook a1, king g7, and h4.
Well, plain and simple. Apparently, he drops material. Bishop c2 and.
What's the point? Rook d2, bishop b4, or
yeah, rook
d3?
to d2, rook to d2, bishop b4, and just wins an exchange. Well, just wins an exchange. If you look at the computer, it's not as simple, right?
He will spot that. Oh no, he went e5.
Well, he went
Not
e5, bishop d2, I guess, and the game goes on, right?
h5, bishop c2, still annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop to d2.
Played. I guess e4 we're happy to take, yeah? Show our deep understanding. Don't have to, actually.
Queen f4 is
Queen
strong,
f4,
apparently, and then you're threatening some check. Yeah, we are happy to take on a next move with the bishop. Well, so Fausti down to 30 seconds. That is alarming.
I'm sure he's good at blitz. He's flagged me plenty. Put the bishop on c2, Fausti.
No
And
results yet.
No, h6. He doesn't seem to care about that.
The only result we have so far is Bartel losing, but we've already covered that. Nothing else, and no immediately kind of lost positions or anything. Emre Can is apparently lost again. Bojan Maksimovic. All the rest is like the evaluation bar hovers. Yeah, well, and Ahmed Adli is completely winning. But Adli is completely winning. All the rest we declare unclear.
Very unclear. There we see Fauy-Oro, the youngest international master in history. The 12-year-old recently got a Grandmaster norm. His rating, here it says 2495, but he passed 2500. And on the Prodigy watch, he's higher rated than certain Magnus Carlsen, for example, was at that age, than Erdomush was at that age. Stuff's happening in Argentina. H5 played, he's begging for the bishop c2, d3 business. Maybe now, yeah, there finally Fausti spotted
Bishop
that square.
c2,
But now he played h6, which makes things different.
Yeah, so g6 square is one square to be concerned about.
There's a check here.
So now, if you run away with the bishop, white gets to play b4.
Yeah, so he decides against
going b3.
Goes back, but now white
gets to play b4.
Also, at some point, I might take on b7. No, if you leave this pawn there forever, once I went b4, c5.
Yeah, true that. Like at some point, you might actually lose this pawn. There's also an argument for like move the queen to g3, say, and go bishop e4, and eventually get to those light squares. But yeah, b7 might be taken somewhere.
So bishop e7. And now, for example, I would give that b7 pawn good hard look. Bishop b7, is that queen g4 or some nonsense? No.
No, he just trades, goes rook b8 now.
Doesn't care. Now he does rook b8. And
yeah.
Destroys my beautiful chain.
No, but c5. c5 is strong and...
c5 is good, yeah. c5.
Fausti went rook b8 defending this.
Starting to worry, but he's lost the initiative. No? Now we can switch to your queen g3, bishop e4, f4. No, Fauy-Oro got outplayed here by his very experienced opponent.
There's a funny queen h3 move also. It's like threatening bishop h6. Cheap as I know.
Oh, and g5.
Yeah.
That's cute. Let's show. Queen here. Play some move.
Similarly preparing bishop e4. Yeah, and then it's a check and g5 and queen takes queen. But yeah, solid queen g3 was played. So we are talking classical players here. Yeah. Adli wins against Grigoryan. The game's over. It's a big favorite to go through now.
Yeah.
Kavin, Mohan is not going down.
Rook g8. And the evaluation bar is jumping ante-up, as MOP would say. Because there's rook takes e5.
Rook takes e5 blow.
Unbelievable.
Hang on a second. So you take, and then bishop f6, you go bishop check on h6. King takes, you go check. Bishop g7. No, I mean, man, it's sophisticated.
It's not going to happen.
It's sophisticated, right?
Because and in the end, there's also this rook on b8 seems to be hanging.
That's one of the winning lines. Is actually not queen f4, but g5, king h7, c6, which I don't take responsibility for. Quoting computer, it's fun,
cool move.
Fun and everything. Yeah, but rook e5.
Probably will play f4 like a normal person, but rook e5, yeah, was very crushing.
Yeah,
but f4 played
goes into a tactical books. f4 now, however, king h8, and he's back in the fight because the rook from g8 is working.
Yeah, rook e5, g5. Ante, not messing around.
Wow, black...
Fausti's getting nervous. 7 seconds.
Black has to play e4.
He takes...
F takes G, F takes E is the move to keep the advantage.
That looks nice too, because you're blocking the rook on G8. We're really doing it. F takes E play.
F takes E, so now the rook on G8 is silly. White is trapped in some E6s, C6s, and he goes with C6 as soon as...
E6 played, logical, and C6.
So now if pawn takes, rook takes, and then you drop in the h6 pawn, and the king is in danger. And
look at the clock. He's constantly making moves with 3 seconds.
Oof.
But he is a blitz
Queen
expert.
A2.
Takes a pawn, leaves the cannoli. Now what? Still a mess.
Still a mess, because the bishop on d2 is hanging.
Yeah.
The bishop on d2 is hanging, and yeah, it's easy when you have computer evaluation kind of confirming. Yeah, everything's good.
5, queen f2, but
yeah, now you look at it. The bishop's hanging. Like what they do, rook d1, bishop c1.
You can see the nerves. Stakes are so high. Fausti's focus. Brkic is also. He was making natural moves and looked like he was breaking through, but now he can see.
Yeah, it's not so simple.
He's in a bar fight against a very fast kid.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like a honest fight. It's a brawl. Everybody hitting everyone.
Yeah.
You know, queen f.
Bishop c1 played. Good
Bishop
move,
c1.
good move.
Yeah, fine.
Stabilizing, and he wants to take on h6.
He wants to take on h6, and there is similarly no way for black to defend on h6. D3, throwing in very, very blitzy move.
Yeah.
That's good. D3, threatening d2.
E6 looks nice.
E6, because you're threatening queen e5. And,
queen e5, queen c3 business. But you're blocking your own rook, of course.
Yeah, but you're eyeing the b8 rook, yeah, like e6, and you're threatening queen e5, queen takes pawn, just winning. Yes, e6 is an absolute must.
Oro's shaking.
Hang on, if you take on h6, how bad is that? Well, d6 and black is actually better.
e6 played.
e6 played.
Ante Brkic up to the challenge for now. Also now you sort of wrestle the initiative back, no, with this queen e5 idea.
Rook to f8.
Rook f8. He's fast.
There's rook to f8, and now rook
c7.
c7, bishop f6.
Ain't over.
Ain't over yet. Ain't over yet. Both of them on seconds.
Yeah.
Both of them on seconds. Max Warmerdam lost his game to
Come on,
Babu.
Max.
Anything else? Emre Can lost, and everything
Rook
else
g7,
seems to
rook
be in
g7,
progress.
hang on. Rook g7 is a mistake. Allows rook takes
Rook takes bishop. And queen e5 and bishop b2. Oh, you. And queen to e5 and bishop to b2.
It is collapsing. Wow, Ante Brkic.
Well, he's uncertain though. He's uncertain. What?
Veteran leadership here.
Veteran leadership. Queen e5. Yeah. Rook to g7. Yeah, there is no way back for black. Black absolutely.
This battery is just too strong.
Yeah, you'll have to
realizes stuff's gone wrong. Rook g7, bishop b2. What do you do? Rook g8, e7, I guess.
e7 and queen g7 is a threat. Yeah.
It's too much. Yeah, rook g8 played, e7, amazing. Control there by Ante Brkic and Oro, of course.
So now, where's the checkmate? E d2, and it's checkmate in 5 after queen takes g7. So
what
queen
happened there? He went d2 and Brkic
d2,
did
yeah.
something. I grabbed the queen behind the clock.
Yeah, so you take on g7. You go e8, check. Queen.
Bishop g8.
Bishop g8, bishop g7. King g7, queen g6. No, not queen g6. Queen g6 is a checkmate as well, but queen e5 was faster. Queen e5, bishop e4.
There will be blood. And to double checking, don't lose on time now.
No. He's still got time. So takes.
G6 looks clean.
Queen g6. Queen e5 is checkmate in 2, but it's not something that like queen g6 is
counterintuitive. This is the pattern we know. And Faustino Oro resigns.
Wow. It was a
very tough fight. Could have gone either way, it felt like, but gotta give credit to Brkic. He fought for the initiative, kept his composure, spotted his rook takes e7 very nicely.
Right, so a lot of results already. Daniil Yuffa cannot prove any advantage again, playing some equal rook endgame. Something that... Yeah, Jorge Cori, I suggest. He's completely winning, it seems, but people are on seconds here. He's what? He's an exchange up and attacking. So
let's
I guess
jump there.
Should win. We are no Yuffa.
This is Yuffa. Let's go to Jorge Cori.
On board 5, that is, I believe. Yeah,
man from Peru.
Look, king is running to f5, so black is desperately trying to escape the mating net, but will he manage? Not necessarily. Queen h6, you know, surrounding the king, and it'll be really, really tough. So to update on some results, some draws.
Okay, we'll get back to Jorge, Cori and the results, but Ketty's here to fill us in on what happened to our friend Max Warmerdam. Ketty, what's going on?
Guys, it was a bit of tragic for Max here because this game was equal. Whole game was pretty nice for him with black pieces. But now, in this move, he played a5. He tried to save his pawn on a7. And here we have rook to g7. Brilliant rook sacrifice. If you take this rook, another rook gets into the game. King goes back, and we have queen to a4, and you cannot save the pawn on h7. And he blundered this one. Basically, the king was guarding the pawn on g7, and he did not really found that as an issue. Instead of a5, he had to play here a move like queen to d6, give up this pawn, and then to play queen to d4, trade the queens, and to go to the end game where he's attacking the pawn. And here he has really, really decent chances to make a draw, and not a problem. So in the game, after a5, we had this unfortunate blunder, and here it's too late to play queen to f4 because there's a rook to g8, and now you're losing a queen, and the game ended in this way. Unfortunately to him, things are really shaping quite fast here on the first board. Here we had the whole game. It was quite quiet game, and Kavin here with black pieces, he was holding pretty nicely until white decided to give up the pawn on h5. Let me go back here. Yes, in this position, I thought it's going to be a draw very fast, but here he decided to go with h5 to sacrifice this pawn, and king g3, king h4. This is a very nice road for the king. Here we had few more moves until he pushed the c4 and tried to break through. And yeah, currently here we have this position. What is your take in this
Should
one?
still be a draw, but what I don't understand is why did he allow c4? Like instead of
he shouldn't have.
Instead of bishop d7 before c4, just play king g6, and what can white
then he doesn't want to drop the
h5 pawn, but you don't need that pawn, no? Like king f6.
Yeah, it was a draw. It was a draw. Yeah, like just shuffle bishop back and forth. Yeah.
And after c4, how dangerous this can be for black?
Struktura. Struktura is bad. I mean, structure, of course. Yeah. So there's still some like Zugzwans here and there, and you know, white has d5. It should be a draw, but it's very annoying, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe he played a little too quickly, felt he was out of danger. Of course, still good showing by Kevin Mohan, but he's going to be upset if he loses this one.
Yeah, indeed. He's doing really good in this tournament. Very young player, only 14 years old, coming here from Malaysia and showing his best, going to the tie breaks against very experienced grandmaster. He should be very proud. And yeah, still this game is on.
Still equal according to the computer, so nothing is lost. But I have a feeling, Hovhannisyan, we'll find a way to ask another question now. Not sure what question, but something will be asked.
He's trying, you know, he's trying there and here. Probably now he will take this pawn on h5. It's time to take that. But again, he needs to get this king somehow. Penetrate. Not possible on the king side. Do you think there can be somewhere it's a d5 kind of move? Breakthrough?
Well, eventually,
if
you're not paying attention, right?
Where and how? The bishop, can't really get.
Yeah, like sometimes,
pawn,
you know, sometimes what happens that you go bishop f3 and then you go, like, say, I don't know what black has to do, but eventually, like, you go with the king at h7, h6, you know, like with the king, like, yeah, you cannot go through. But if you would be let to go through king h5, h6, h7, and why at the 8th rank the king goes.
While the game is on, you guys, I'm going to update you with more sacrifices or blunders if you have any.
Yeah.
Please do. Thank you so much, Ketty. And I think we will look at the results for now and then come back with a very special guest.
Right, so we are, for now, still have this game on our screen. The results, like, okay, I'll just like read the results from what I have. So Kazybek-Ritvik won his game on board 20 against Raya-Ritvik. Then Temur Kuibokarov won his game against Jan Subeli. Bojan Maksimovic beat Emre Can. Bogna is playing still against Titas Čemavic's Queen versus Rook and Pawn. I'm not sure if it's a draw or not. Kasper Perun beat Sergei Lopanov. Denis Makhnyov once again takes a lead against Diego Flores.
Oh, Makhnyov.
Yes. Some other stuff is still happening. Jabava with two Cardozos. Cardozo. It's a draw. And Supi against Galavis Medina is a draw. And then Bartel, as we know, lost. Brkic won against Messi of chess. Max Warmerdam lost. Suleiman of Neiksans was a draw. Ahmed Adli won against Grigoryan. Jorge. We promised to return to Jorge, but there's nothing to return to because he has won as well.
He did win.
Henriquez made the draw. Then Narayanan won against Rojas Salas. Yuffa made another draw. And then board 1 is still in progress. The king did go to h6.
Yeah, but it's not going further. Can go to h8 once.
Doesn't
not
really
do
much.
As long as the bishop stays on that diagonal. I don't see any way for Hovhannisyan
to break through.
To even ask a question, let alone break through. And neither does Kavin Mohan. He's saying, what are you doing here? Stop wasting our time. Let's make a draw. Bishop c4, even stopping any dreams of b5, ab, a6. Not that that was a big threat.
Yeah, it's not much you can do, because there are examples where like this stuff wins. Like you slowly crawl with the king, putting black in multiple sucks But I guess the weakness on the queen side has to be more pronounced, because b7 you can't really attack.
Yeah. And if you go whatever, king h7, black can just wait. Bishop e6, b5 is not really an idea. Just ab. You probably just lose to the two passes. So no, I don't see it.
Kavin doesn't see it either.
Kavin doesn't care.
Not bothered at all. Right, so quite a bit of draws. Jobava's game was crazy again, I think. Yeah. Flores. So from the games that are in progress, we have this one, we have Bogna on board 17, and we have Ting Jingao against Yegor Loshkin on board 8, and Yegor is completely lost with black. It's only 3 games running.
Wow, Kavin is even flexing, offering the opponent game.
I mean, you can do this with the king on g3, though, so there's not much to be done.
Big risk. He's not worried.
Flexing.
Bishop h5. He could go bishop f7 if he wants to insist on pawn endgame offerings. He doesn't have to, but yeah, he does.
He does, yeah.
Now he's into pawn endgames.
That's a bit of a, bit of a showing off indeed, because he didn't have to do it. You could just like shuffle e6, d5 all the time.
Be safe. He doesn't want to think about bishop e8 or whatever. And Hovhannisyan still committed to this game, but...
And
Where's the idea?
Not my favorite topic to start to talk about, but on move 85 was the last pawn capture for now.
Yeah, and you also mentioned if a game goes longer than 90 moves,
the schedule, the entire schedule
ruined.
goes out of the window. So now we were supposed to be starting the next round in 5 minutes, which is not happening because the rules are such that after game 1 of Rapid is finished, there should be at least 10 minutes break before the next game will start.
Yeah.
And all the second games of each portion start simultaneously. So it doesn't matter if you are, let me think, if you're Bartel and you lost in 15 moves, still you have to suffer and wait for this game to finish.
Now it's 99 moves. Hova's made 99 moves, but breakthrough ain't none. Come on, guys. That was good. And bishop e2.
King e3, move number 100. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. And now he made this bishop h5, if it makes any difference, right? I go, gotcha, bishop h5 now. It absolutely doesn't change anything.
And sometimes this works. You keep making moves and the opponent lets his guard down. I can't see a single idea, but sometimes there are no d5.
I imagine, if your king is like on h7, then maybe like d5 and the king runs to b6, queen leap quickly. Well, he does go d5 here.
Oh.
He does go d5 here. Well, it's not like if he's at risk, even
not
if
risking
he
it.
just even if he just drops the pawn and bishop takes, king to d4, king to d6.
Kavin is not impressed.
Not impressed at all. So now what do you do? You go to e4 and you go b1, e4, b1, I guess. Like if you...
More shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling.
I mean, you can go e6 and c8, or you can go e4 and b1. So that is just like... right, let me see if everything else has finished. Yes, Yegor Lushkin has lost, and no, Bogner is still playing, and they have a funny position because
Come on, Bogner.
It's a queen against rook and pawn. So one of those that is like either win or draw by table base. Nobody knows, first of all, and even then it doesn't matter because you either win or you don't.
Yeah. It's a draw theoretically. c4, rook d3 looks like a nice stable construction to move the king around.
Yeah.
All right. Back to Kavin.
Back to Kavin, back to shuffling back and forth. So d5 was, or rather bishop takes d5, which matters more. Last capture happened on move number 102. So guess what? We are waiting for move number 152. Some people are stubborn, when it comes to tiebreak and slight positional advantages in equal bishop endgames.
No, but I like Kavin's future. He looks like he's just playing on equal terms with a very strong grandmaster like Hovhannisyan here. He's only 14 years old. And
like, he was looking at...
Yeah, draw a grid.
Draw a grid.
It's not like that kid from Home Alone where Kavin's career was more or less over at 14. Here it's just starting.
So it's... And now it does not conclude our round because Bogner is still playing.
We'll ignore that. It's a draw.
Bogner is still playing on board 17. Yep. I wonder if he was originally winning when he was... not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think he was at some point. queen, f8 queen, rook takes.
Also, I'm not confident at all. This is a theoretical draw. It looks drawish, but sometimes you can get zugzwanged off this. No, if your rook only has one safe square, I don't know. But it looks drawish to me.
It is winning according to table base, believe it or not.
No, I very
but
much believe
it was not so long ago when it was a draw, I believe. And this is confusing. Again, I mean, it is confusing. And the fact that it's the c-pawn, the bishop's pawn, will not matter because white king is too far, right? So if you somehow like get the pawn to c2, drop the rook, you will inevitably lose because the king, I mean, the king's too close, not too far. Well, again, like if you ask me, what is the weighted 6-1 black? That's like...
I have no idea. Also, these things just feel it's not worth studying them. No, first of all, you won't remember. Secondly, it never happens, the exact same thing you studied. Third, over the board, normally the attacker has good chances and there's a defender.
Yeah, true that.
You just make only moves, so it's just not worth it. There's too much chess out there.
If anything, this type of positions, you're studying maybe the defensive methods, right?
Maybe.
So like, let's say rook and bishop versus rook, for instance. You remember the Philidor position, how to win.
Second rank defense, that stuff at least you've
that
heard
stuff,
of.
yes, like you need to. What is your knowledge, Jan, on two knights versus pawn?
Oh no, I have little knowledge. Like I know there are rules, whatever. It's on the 4th rank or something. But at some point I started playing in my head with just a knight and a king. You can actually push back an enemy king quite effectively, which is counterintuitive, but you can do it well. Like
it takes you a lot of time, but
you make some progress. And therefore, I think if I ever get this, I'm not to worry because you can push the king back and then you figure out if it's mate or not.
Yeah, in a certain kind of area of the board, and like quite often the second knight which blockades the pawn, it helps you.
No, I'm sure there are some textbooks which draw some lines. If the pawn is blocked here, it's winning or not. That stuff I don't know or I've seen, but I don't
what
remember.
amazes me the most is that there is actually the line which is called Troitsky line, right?
Exactly,
for these pawns to be. And Troitsky, as far as I know, he didn't have access to modern computers because we are talking 1920s, 1930s when he
Probably
analyzed
a lot
that
of time on his hands, so he could sit there, figure out.
Yeah. The game is happening, but by the way, this game is, just reaches move 100, so it's not the longest game of a round by any means. Yeah, so we will be somewhat off schedule, from what I understand.
I blame Sebastian Bogner. Now we're zugzwanging. We're really doing it.
Zugzwanging and...
King c2, queen b4, and your construction starts to crumble.
Ah, right you are. And then you can't actually... Well, I guess rook d...
It looks like you can play... Yeah, he's played rook h3, which is very scary, because you never know if that rook isn't
h3,
being lost to some checks, but apparently that is correct.
Rook h3...
Stremavicius.
Queen b6 check. Now...
King c7, queen sorry, king c2. No, but he goes king c3.
He goes king c3. So now, and check on f6, he goes back to b3, I guess. And then this is how...
Queen b8.
Yeah, it amazes me. It amazes me how some people have this ability to, like, go with the rook far away and still not to lose it to double check, because that's exactly what I would do.
He understood his construction was collapsing if he doesn't do it, so you might as well, and then if the rook is gone, it's gone. But no, he's good.
Yeah, back to d3, and it's...
So move 84 was c4. We only had move 104.
Yeah.
Probably can push the pawn
to
c3.
Let me give you a bit of not so useful information. So apparently, after rook d3, king e1 was the only winning move.
Was that?
Because the other moves, it says win prevented by 50 moves rule. So you would win after queen e4 and queen e5 check and queen h8 check, but you would require more than 50 moves.
Well, king e1 wins.
King e1 wins in time. Yeah, that is what table base tells me. Now, yeah, of course, queen f5, rook h2 is. By the way, rook h2 is a draw, and it doesn't say win prevented. Rook h2 apparently is just a draw. Okay, don't ask me why once again. Rook d3
didn't happen.
Yeah, now queen a5 wins in time. Queen b5 no. Loss prevented by 50 moves rule.
But it looks like it's going to be a draw, no? It looks like Bogna's not making progress.
Yeah, precisely. If I switch off the database, it's like nothing happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this construction with rook on d3 and sometimes going to h3 just refuses to collapse.
So far.
There's another strangely, I mean, there is some strange way to, there was some strange way to make progress, but like the check from b8 going queen a8 again, I have no idea what it is.
Feels like he's also out of ideas a bit, no? He went queen.
Yeah, he's hovering around by now.
Also, you don't have time, like if you don't know or spot an idea to form a plan or figure out, he's in Zugzwang there. You just gotta make moves. So here it's actually maybe surprisingly one of these positions where it's harder to be the attacker than the defender.
Yeah. Again,
back.
Apparently king
e1 now wins. Oh, not king d2 though.
King d2.
Can we play for win now? C3 check?
Well, not play for win, but c3 is just a good move.
Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, c3 played. C2.
Man,
who's better and why?
Yeah. No, I mean, after c2.
In king d2, we got rook
king
d3
d2,
and bail out, but might as well.
d3. Is c2 on the board? Yeah.
Yeah.
And what did he do after c2? I guess
has been outplaying him with the
went with another check. Yeah. Now king c3. Otherwise, you'd allow king d2. Yeah. So you have to go king c3. And queen e5, and you go king b3, and queen e6, you go king b2, and yeah, white eventually has to take the rook and allow the queen. So absolutely heroic defense, it looks like, because it was originally lost. It was a rook endgame which was winning for Bogner. Then somehow he managed to queen one of his pawns. And he wasn't winning, in fact, like it was a drawish rook endgame, turned it to a winning rook endgame, turned it to a winning queen versus rook endgame, which ends in a draw.
Oh, and Stramwitz has seen enough. He's saying queen b5. If I go here, it's a threefold repetition.
Is it a threefold repetition, though?
I don't know. I thought he was going to play on for a win.
So is it seriously?
Come on, guys, we can't have like let's reproduce the game from board move one now. No. Let's go there.
You go with the arbiter. You sit with the boards next to this one. Yes, and you replay the entire game.
I don't know why they need to do that, but I've had a couple times. You have some claim, and they take you to some corner and say, okay, get your replay. Let's start from move one. Okay, when e4, e5. Then 2 hours later, you get here.
And here,
count till 3.
To be honest, I mean, I understand he might be getting a bit irritated, but also, like in this position, you, for a change, you don't need to claim because you probably already understand that it's a draw, right?
Also, was it a threefold?
No, I don't think it was.
C2, 1.
From this position, so queen to b5 check, right? King c. And now.
Yeah. No, was I think after queen e5 check. And yeah, the kings are in the middle.
So
looks like they did agree to a draw.
It is a draw, and we are done with game 1 of
that was
tiebreak
exciting.
1.
Can we just play tiebreaks? Get rid of the classical stuff, have them play more tiebreaks. This was fun. But let's have a look at the results as soon as we have them.
All right, so Quite a bit of draws still, but quite a bit of people taking lead.
Yeah.
Some for the
Atli
first time.
winning out of the opening. Tin Jingyao beats your boy Yegor Lashkin. Max Warmerdam lost. Fauy-Oro we've seen. Bartel with a bit of drama. Trubava draw in the end.
Diptayan Ghosh wins against Pian Shaokyan. Then
Flores.
Makhnev, second time.
Goes down again. Kasper Purun, former problem-solving world champion, or one of these things he was very good at. Wins, solves this problem and beats Sergei Lobanov. We got another page? If not, it's fine. I can read out the rest. Tita Stremovicius draws Sebastian Bogner. Bojan Maksimovic defeats Emre Can. Jan Subaj loses to Temur Kubokarov. And Kazybek-Ritvik, still my favorite name in chess, defeats Raja-Ritvik, which is also a very good name, but he's no Kazybek-Ritvik. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with a legend of chess. See you then.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
चेस खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come don't be late It's your move ए तो कोई खोद
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए चेकमेट It's your move चेक में भी होगा जस्ट It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come don't be late It's your move इसको कर दो It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back to the second tie-break game. I'm Jan Gustafsson, and I'm honored to be joined by the legend, the five-time world champion. Vishy Anand is here to join us to watch the action. Vishy, how are you doing? Thank you so much for showing up.
Thank you. Yes, it's always nice to have tie-break day.
It is fun. It's so fast-paced.
Yeah.
The biggest question, of course, that everyone's asking, and I'm obliged to say, a couple times per day, is where is Gukesh? Where is Arjun? Where is Prag? Have you seen them? Are they actually here?
Arjun is here. I heard Prag is here. I guess Gukesh is getting in today.
Right.
If he's coming from Chennai, his flight should have landed at about same time as me. There's only one direct flight, so I assume he's coming with that. But I don't know if he's coming from somewhere else.
So this is tiebreak day. This means we have 20 players still hoping. We have 40 players still hoping, 20 matches to join the big guns in the second round, because we have 50 players, the highest rated, that will join round number 2. So tomorrow you get to see all these guys in action. How is it for you? I know you're being asked this a lot. Do you ever get the itch of, I wish I was back in the action playing this thing, or are you happy sitting here?
I think you lapse into it. If you're sitting here, you almost feel like it's a chance to play, and very easily for a second I might make a move involuntarily, even if not with the hand, you do it. But no, I'm not. I'm pretty comfortable not playing. Let's put it that way.
Which game do you want to see?
Early days and everything. I think we can point out that Faustino got a dream position, or rather, and Brkic is going for one of the sharpest things he could do. So
Faustino playing for a win. He went for d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, e3, which nowadays is a thing, and c5 very principled.
Yeah, but we got a reverse note boom, and you don't get better winning chances than that. So I think Faustino can be happy, but at the same time, Brkic has managed to play g5, g4, so this is kind of special. It's not just the queen side. I think here black is quite advanced on the king side. I think he didn't have to play d4. He could have just castled or something.
So g5 was played here. This I've seen before. The computer, for some reason, yells to play g5 here. I think gives queen e2 or whatever, but e4 played. He goes d4 when he had other options.
Well, yeah, he played g4 first. No, he played g4 first, and knight d2, and then, yeah.
And now he has other moves.
The problem with castles is it also... White hasn't committed ed5 yet. But maybe bishop e5 was possible. I don't know. Instead of d4.
Yeah. d4 feels wrong. I'm not sure if it's bad, but it feels committed.
Well, I will play knight c4. And I guess I will play knight c4. And if bishop c7, then bring the other one out. I think 2 easy moves to make.
If knight c4, can I take your pawn? Or it's too much.
I could just throw in a5, but I could also play queen takes g4, maybe? Does knight d2 win a piece? Hang on. Instead of...
after knight takes e4.
Yeah, knight takes d4, I bring this one out. I don't think it quite wins a piece, because if you take, I take on d6, you go king e7. But anyway, he's gone back to c7, yeah, so I think it doesn't look... But c7 is nice, because after knight d2, at least you can play bishop a5 and get rid of one of the knights. Maybe that's the thing.
Fauy-Oro. What was your rating when you were 11? He's 12 now.
I might... I think I got my rating only at the age of 13. Or 12 at least, not before 12. So I didn't have a rating.
Well, those were also the times when you needed 2200 minimum, right?
Yes,
well, nowadays, where everybody's rating.
There was no rating below 2200.
Yeah.
It simply didn't exist anywhere. So I played my first thing, and my first rating after my first rating tournament was 2285. So that was my starting point, and then I went from there.
I started with 2205, you know, just barely squeezing in there. So h5 played. Fauy-Oro, the Argentinian prodigy, lost the first game to...
Should he just go knight b3? You'll play knight takes e4, I guess. Yes, so no, I wanted to get in a5, b6. But the danger here is that black has collected enough pawns and maybe can even give a piece and get out. So white doesn't want to cash in whatever trumps he has too early. Maybe h3 is a decent move, I don't know. If g3, then I could castle, something along those lines.
Yeah. Does look very bad for black, but maybe.
Yeah, g3, but I think, I mean, h3, I'll play rook g8, sorry, actually.
Ah, you just sidestep?
Yeah, and if h g4, I might take with the rook. You know, black needs some activity, and I think this might...
Ante Brkic. We call him the Croatian Rasmus Svane, which is high praise. Very, very solid player. But of course, in Rapid, you know Faustino. He's a bit of a blitz legend already online. You could tell he's fast. So you don't feel safe with these, whatever he has, 100 extra points, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't in Italy and in Spain when I played him and thing. I didn't feel altogether comfortable in the faster formats, but what the hell.
Do you win, though?
I survived both. I mean, in Italy, I won both games, but then in Spain, I had a torrid time. So.
Do you have opinions? We were doing this, what's called Prodigy Watch the other day.
Oh my God, sorry, just quickly, SL Narayanan, is he already winning a piece?
Let's jump there. Which board is it here?
Ah, no.
It's upper...
It's upper rook, and
rook?
Queen b7 check would kind of finish the game. Yes, it's over, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Resigns.
h3 and handshake, or bishop g5 or whatever, so... No, sorry, not g5 then, well, e3 maybe. Bishop e3 should clinch it. Rook d1 might
doesn't look terrible.
Over. Yeah, so that's over.
There we are. SL Narayanan. Oh, last trick. Rook e8.
I think bishop f4 might convince the wary to give this one up. Yeah. But
it doesn't look like he really believes in it either. Okay, so Narayanan, I think he won the first one as well. We'll go through. Let's switch to our other talent, Kavin Mohan on the top board against Hovhannisyan. Was this equal?
I would take black at this point. Especially b4, I mean, why weaken that knight on c3 for nothing? Is there some bishop g2 here? Or is f4 very strong? Ah, f4 is strong, right? Yeah. And for the moment, nothing works, right?
He just goes rook c7. Kavin.
But now f4, what is he doing? He has to go queen h5.
Queen h5, yeah.
I'm not going to say he's lucky that queen h5 exists because he probably saw it, but oof, yes, you don't want to do that.
Oops, sorry.
So by a miracle, he has a square, yeah. Or perhaps he saw it, but...
But he's no longer better, at least, no? Now
no, I
jump
don't.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
No, this kid, I have to admit, I'd never heard of him, but he drew the two classical games very comfortably. Also held with black.
No, he does seem to be a huge hope, yeah.
Just good. 14-year-old from Malaysia. And I would guess if you check your pairings, if you're Hovhannisyan, and you know you will play someone 500 points, 300 points lower rated, you're not thrilled to see it's a 14-year-old. Here we are.
Yeah, so he's taken that.
Knight b5.
But I mean, I take, you take on c7, you take on b5, I play g5 or something. And black is hanging in there. Oh, you went back to f6?
Oh, no, that would be, sorry.
I think even g5 is slightly useful. I could get that one going. I mean, this is your storm in a teacup, but it's there it is.
These rules like queen and knight versus queen bishop are good. Is there a rule for rook and knight versus rook bishop? Not really, is there?
I know that the rook is better with the bishop when you're playing against the queen, but I don't know what that means in this configuration. So we're talking about pure positions with just a few pieces, and it is thought that queen and knight are more dangerous than queen and bishop, probably because the knight isn't duplicating the queen's functions, so it adds a certain amount of
although I think one point I did research, and I think queen bishop actually score 52% against queen knight. So
these impressions might be wrong as well. Yeah, I think this one probably predates big data. So we might have to update that. It's like these days, most exchange sacrifices don't automatically get computer applause. So it tends to be skeptical on principle.
No, yesterday Pansulaya was playing this rook takes e3 exchange sacrifice in, what's his line, d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, g6, black goes e6,
okay, sure.
d5,
and then there's
e5,
positional compensation.
rook e3. And in Petrosian days, like, we would clap, but he plays this every game and computer says +1. So, correct, I mean, it's, times are changing. Bishop e2 played.
I mean, knight g3 is sort of progress. I think bishop e2 might not have been.
Bishop f3.
Then I play knight f5. I mean, if you go king f2, I want to go rook c2 check. But if maybe rook d3 is comfortable. Yeah, no, it's not yet dangerous, but I think black is getting what he wants.
Kavin looking mildly worried. Okay, we can go back to, well, wherever you want. If in doubt, we go to Mr. Oro.
Wait, you have to go to Adley's against Grigoryan. That looks like a modern classic.
What is going on here? Is that chess?
My God, that is beautiful.
Okay, so Grigoryan played this opening with both colors. He did this with white as well. There it didn't work so well. Now it's some standard King's Indian, whatever.
It seemed a tad hesitant. He went rook b3, then he went rook b4, then he went rook b5.
Step by step.
Slightly, I would say, indecisive, but...
He provoked the weakness on b5. This looks like this famous, what is it, Ivanchuk-Yusupov?
Yes, exactly. Ivanchuk-Yusupov. So that's a candidate's tiebreaker in 1991. So.
Were you in 1991? Are you?
I was playing the same tournament. I was there in Brussels. I lost to Karpov in the 8th game. And then Ivanchuk and Yusupov went over to the tiebreaker, and this happened. But in fact, I think Yusupov beat Vasily in the last round as well. So quite a comeback.
He won this classic game in this, and he won this same-ish Nimzo or something.
No, this was the rapid.
Yeah.
The one with the knight on h2, but to get there, he won this Nimzo, correct.
Sorry. Showing my age here. I was actually following that, not live, but with the newspapers we had in 1991.
Yeah.
So what's going on? Rook e1. He's Adley.
I mean, having seen the engine eval, I can't take it out of my head. So I was about to say I don't know if white's better or worse, because it could be both, but Maybe the white queen is just so trapped that even rook a d8 or something might work. Or just a quiet move, rook c8, something which simply passes the move back to white and asks white where...
There's not much he can do, apparently.
Yeah, that hasn't helped the Evalba much. Maybe rook d8 was fine. Even that is not a fan favorite. But anyway, it's clear that there's very little white can do. But black's move isn't easy either, it seems.
Too many options. What's the clock? They're fine, but yeah, Atli, not surprisingly, spent some time to get here. The Egyptian star against Karen Grigoryan from Armenia. You never played in this format they have now, right? Where it's the 2 rapid games for tie breaks, or did you have something
yes,
similar?
Yes, of course I did. I played in... well, all the tournaments had this sliding scale. And so we played 25-minute games, I think, back in the early days, 98, 99. I think they were 25-minute before 15. Or before 10. I don't remember what was the next time control. Might have been 15.
It was like 4 rapid games, and then whoever had 2.5 would advance. But maybe...
No, I remember because against Halif, I was losing the second rapid game in Delhi. And I was losing the classical game, second classical game in Groningen. I was losing the second rapid game in Delhi, so I'm pretty sure that it's...
And there was 2 25-10 whatever, or 25-minute rapid
That is my recollection. I mean, now if somebody tells me, no, it was 15, I'll have to take the word for it, but that's my recollection, that we played 25 minutes.
Okay, so they changed it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook a8 was played, and knight b2.
Hovhannisyan is already winning a pawn.
This looks...
Sorry, we're swinging back wildly on thing, but he's winning a pawn. So that could be... awkward.
How do you win a pawn? A4, knight c3,
yes.
And nothing to do.
So that's significant for Robert.
Oops, sorry, I clicked something. Yeah, he will make it through most likely. Pawn is gone.
I mean, now I go back. Maybe knight b2 check is nice, just to kick the king around a bit, right? Yeah. Oh, that's a pity for... because he was playing very well. He had an excellent position, just no near. But I mean, I didn't like knight b5 because I simply didn't see why exchange those particular pieces. I would have rather exchanged the bishops and kept some symmetry.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't see that, you're better, then
also with little time, I'm not sure how much you can factor this in, but the knight is trickier, right? So,
yes.
I mean, so to leave.
Well, as we saw, it seems to have confused him a bit.
Yeah, he could play where? Knight e2, any move. Okay, so now Kavin is out. Let's check back in. Well, most likely he's out. He's not out yet. With Faustino. Weird position. Who's better and why?
Well, black is threatening bishop takes g3. Oh, no, there's a rook on a3, sorry. In fact, I was thinking even queen g2, there is no queen e3 follow-up, but of course with the rook on a3, it's fine. What should... maybe he could go something like queen b6 and try to double on the h file.
Queen b6, I'll take...
Queen b7.
Ah, sorry.
What am I saying? Yeah, queen b7 and then double on the h file. Though anyway, knight f1. It seems to me that black is seriously worse now. Because somehow it's easier to see black getting mated than white. I mean, white still has knight f1, the rook's on a3. Pieces where you want them to be, but it's harder for black to put his pieces anywhere good.
Also, these pawns are still...
Yeah, they're still...
still running, right?
Ready to go.
A5, B6. Fauy-Oro. Putting up a fight, and yeah, what's he gonna do? Yeah, bishop C1 played.
Oh, and now B6 is a threat as well.
Directly even.
I mean, I could go rook takes A4, rook takes A4, bishop takes G3, but it might not last very long because head G3, queen G3, queen G2, queen E1 check, and knight F1, and we're out of gas.
Too many.
Yeah.
Defenders.
As a wise person once told me, there's no use having a winning attack if you've run out of pieces. So.
Technically, if it's still a winning attack, why would you need pieces? No, it looks very tough to play. Also,
yeah.
Brkic is down on time.
So here we have a comeback.
Yeah,
it seems.
And with hindsight, after E3, you have to play C5, like Bishop F. Play E6, C6.
But C5 is fine.
No,
it's
I
just
know.
the,
Just allows this mess.
But even this mess is good if you kind of know what you're doing. But I think he misplayed something. So maybe he studied recently and then forgot what he did.
So I think he's very much a repertoire player. He knows
Yeah.
the stuff. He knows what he does in every spot. So yeah, he knows this is good. So maybe we don't have to blame C5, but D4. It's here, yeah. You mentioned a couple moves. Okay, let's have a look at what else is happening.
Bartel has just sacked a pawn, hoping to mix it up a bit.
Bartel is having a tough match. He won the first classical game, then he lost the second, and then the first rapid he lost in 5 minutes. Hung his queen when he was
Yeah.
over in trouble. So things haven't been going as well. What can you tell us about Aronyak Gosh?
He was impressive comeback yesterday. And I think you can see that he is threatening C5, so Bartel feels he has to rush now. The question is, should he take on E5?
So, FG, bishop G6, there's nothing happening.
Yes, FG, bishop G6, but some bishop D4 and so on. But yeah, he's taken on E5, so we'll find out soon enough. Or should I maybe play rook E1 first? No, he's taking on bishop D4 right away. Now I could slip it to... Oh, rook E1, he would have gone bishop D6. I think that's what he needed to stop. Okay.
Yeah.
So now he must play queen G5.
It's not obvious he's getting anywhere with this, is it?
Well, what do you play?
G5?
G5 is the best square. D6 might be a decent square, so that I can just play C5 next move. Okay, he's gone to G5. But now rook E1, what is your move? I'm threatening rook E5. It's starting to look pretty impressive. I'm threatening rook E5. If bishop D6, bishop F6 is going to be a pain.
Oh, yeah. Queen.
You have queen G3, but, you know, it's still better for white. I take rook E3 and then take on D8, something like that. You can play H4. You have some compensation, but...
Okay. Bartel desperately trying to come back again.
Has he gone rook E1? Yeah, he has. So the other thing is I could play... If I go rook E8, you might double on the... I know what I can do. I can go rook E8, defending the bishop. And if you go rook E5, I can pause for queen H4. No, then queen E3 is... I've just pinned myself, right? So that's a no-no. Okay, he's given the exchange. He's gone bishop D6. So I think the line we were speaking about will happen now. He's gone bishop d6 and giving Bartel the option, or maybe the forced move of bishop f6, because there's no other move left. Unless rook e3 was a point instead of bishop f6, maybe rook e3, because I'm taking away the last square from that queen. And if you go rook e8, I mean, kind of my idea depends on rook f3. And I'm threatening, yeah, rook takes f7, hopefully. Okay, he's taken the exchange.
No, he's gone for it.
Okay, he's not played h4, brought it back because he wants to support the c5 break. And knight d4. Okay, this is very good winning chances for white. Yeah, in fact, c5, knight c6 might already be unpleasant. I don't know, you're going to mix it up with d4?
Yeah, so...
Yes, he has gone c5, so I think this is the line we will see. He'll have to play d4, and then there we are.
Bartel trying to come back here.
My God, Mohan is actually fighting back.
Who's that, sorry?
Mohan, against Hovhannisyan.
Oh, it's not over there on the top part. Let us have a look.
So he's gone to e5, and now if I play some move like bishop d3, for instance, I mean, I just keep waiting somewhere there. Is there any real hope? Not really. Rook e3, I have to keep going, bishop b1 or something.
So how do I untangle? White has g4.
Maybe king f6, rook takes f7, king e5 is anyway good, I don't know. But listen, you got a pawn back, right?
Bit unpleasant. I have to give one back. And I'm told, rook a5. Maybe that's a smart move.
Because if you take in g4, the pawn ending is 1. So I mean, the extra piece doesn't matter. King f6, and it resigns. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. So rook a5 then is,
that is smart.
Pretty clinical. Yeah.
Good job by Hovhannisyan.
In fact, he has done it. So good for him.
Yeah. We're told there's stuff happening in the Fauy-Oro game. So he managed to get in b6 and a5, rook b5, queen h7.
Actually, Warmerdam is winning now as well. Okay, let's finish one at a time.
Yeah, let's look at this.
No, this is hopeless. It is simply hopeless, right? Because the rook got stuck on a6, and the last thing black can afford is using a rook as a pawn.
Yeah, so. The only question is how does white break through, right?
Yeah, but I figure there's eventually going to be some disentangling. I mean, bishop b2, bring the rook to f1, and then bring the bishop back to c1. Even that.
Okay, so Fauy
but you cannot allow bishop g3, so I have to be a little bit careful. But yeah, it's should still be winning.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You use this rook to cover this mess, and then you bring the other rook back. Fauy with great chances there. And let's have a look at Max.
Yeah. Well, this ending is 1, isn't it? I'll just play b7 and then take my king all the way out. But black will play g4 and try to trap my king.
How do you trap it? I go h4 or whatever, and
well, then I'll play rook b1 and then
the rook on b1
and kind of.
No.
But even there, f4, and then the king crawls out, and all the pawns will drop, right?
You start with king g2, man. Yeah, that's smart.
In fact, I think it is just
run.
The only thing is that black has this crucial f6 square. Black has not played f5 yet, so f6, king can come to f5, and we can still hang around a bit there. In fact, black should probably grab his chance to play d4 now, right? Because that pawn is still on b6. This is my last chance to exchange that pawn.
Can I go e4 or
d3? I wouldn't do that.
d3, we're not on time, yeah? b7, d2.
d2, and if king f3, rook d4, and goodbye.
I'm gonna lose this in 3 moves with white expert.
Yeah.
Special gift.
So this is the last chance saloon for d4.
If we takes, this is probably...
Has he gone d4? No, he's gone h4.
This is probably still a draw, yeah, with it.
Well, now I will play GH and b7. Or maybe I can just play b7. Okay, he'll play GH. And then b7, it's over. This should be lost.
Takes, go.
Though it's a hard decision to make at the board, because in case it turns out to be a draw, well, it's too late. But I feel that, white can bring the king the slow way around. You can't stop it, and then just cross the board.
Now, if counterplay, I go whatever, king f6, and I hope for the best with king f5.
I think if you go king f6 and put the rook on b5, it's a kind of fortress maybe, but... Yeah, I can see why he might hesitate about b7, but... But then what other winning plan is there? You might as well do b7, paralyze black's pieces, and then take the long road.
Can the rook do anything if I start with whatever, king f3?
Wait, let me play b7. What do you play?
King f6.
Then I go f4.
King f5, let's say.
King f3.
What do you want? I'll play rook b3.
But now rook d8 is winning, because I will get the h pawn as well.
That's your pawn. Okay, you take here.
So maybe instead of king f5, you had to play rook b3, so that if I go king f3, you can play d4 right away. So you have to keep control of that.
King f2.
Yes, and then king f5. I just go king e2 and continue crawling up the board.
Yeah, maybe h4 was bad. I know there's so many.
h4 was bad. I think clearly g4 was better to take away the f3 square, and now h4 is a clear weakness. So h4 was quite bad.
Well, Max Warmerdam, he came here with the big guns. He brought Luc van Wely, the wise man of Dutch chess, for some opening and mental advice. And looks like the strategy is coming to fruition. Not sure what the strategy was, but looks like he's winning now.
He's going e4, d3. Okay. Oh, king e3. Now he's going to play rook d4 or what? Going to be really cute about it. But rook d4 works because you eliminate one more pawn and then you...
So you have to go king d2 and you take? What's going on there?
I mean, even d2, but rook d4 looks nice.
Yeah, just to show off. Oh, clinical.
Yeah. I mean, it makes absolutely no difference, but... Yeah, but now... Oh, I can't play rook f4, so I need to go rook e1. Yeah. And then... maybe king c4, king c5 is good enough now. It's true. In this particular version, d4 didn't help because it allowed white's king to come much faster.
Yeah, lost time in it, so it was bad. No, this is just dead lost, isn't it?
Yes, rook b1, rook d6, and just the king goes up the board. Well, so rook b1, rook d6, my last chance is king f8, king e7. And actually that's enough of a spanner in the works, I think. But king c4, king e7, rook h6, and then what am I? Well, I'm hoping to play king d7 and keep the king close enough to the pawn that the rook is in fact free now.
But my king is...
yeah, but you're not going to be able to queen anything very easily, so let me...
I want a queen.
But you got rook f6 as well. Yeah, it's not going to work, yeah.
Max thinking about it.
But now rook d3 is a threat. Nah, it's gone. I think this one's lost.
Okay. So Luke van Vele will have to change his flight. Stick around a little longer. What else do we have? How's the 12-year-old doing? Here we are.
He has won, yeah.
The game did update, but he did win. So that match continues. It's 1-1 after the first rapid portion between Fauy-Oro and Ante Brkic. Nice comeback by Oro. What are they doing? Are they drawing the colors? What's going on there? I thought they just keep changing whoever was white last.
No,
but
apparently
not.
every set, yeah. And the winner of this match is going to play with it, right? So that's what the
I think so.
pairing is. So that's kind of interesting.
Well, no disrespect to Ante Brkic, who's still the favorite, but Fauy-Oro would be fun to watch. They're very different styles as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check back in with Kavin Mohan. Mohan, sorry.
Yeah, Kavin is doing a pretty good job resisting. I mean, I thought he would have lost more pawns, but no. Pretty predictable. But E5, yeah, and it's just going to go down.
It's gone, the pawns are too strong. Okay.
Oh, back, Bartel won, so...
Bartel's back, equalize again. Where is Mateusz? Here. That pawn did not quite queen. So we have Daniil Yuffa still trying to win a game against Shiyam Thavandiran and from Canada.
Yeah.
Looks drawn, doesn't it?
Yes.
This pawn is hanging.
The only thing is after queen b2, white shouldn't get jumpy with h5 and all, but just play king h2, and I think, yeah, should be... Oh, he's even gone queen f3, which makes sense. That is clear. Okay, now it's trivial. Actually, queen f3 is much more clinical.
Yeah, nothing even to attack.
Yeah.
How's Toby doing? Toby's, I guess...
Oh, Shiyam, I mean, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Kavin now is getting pushed around a lot, and now it's just a lost rook ending. So,
okay,
that's over.
Very worthy showing by Kavin Mohan, but eventually Hovhannisyan came through. Still, for a 14-year-old to hold such a strong grandmaster to 3 draws to in classical games, put up very good fight. Okay. Our 2 Neiksans. What's going on here?
Okay, these guys have stopped, so...
Yeah, draw there. There we see Artur's Neiksans with the black pieces against Alisher Suleimanov. And I'm still trying to figure out how lost black is. Let me cheat. Quite lost, yeah.
Did he take on h4 instead of... Oh, you can't take on d2, and that's the problem. So.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just rook d1 winning. Okay, so it's actually completely lost.
And now queen b7, e7, I don't know.
Check. Queen b7 looks good enough, no?
Yeah.
Okay, that's trouble for Artur.
And now, is it a6, a7? Or is that unnecessary?
I guess you have time to keep the bishop even though bishop b4 and then push.
Why not, yeah.
Okay. He goes a6. Calculate it. How long will you stay here? Are you here?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, right. Are you coming back?
I'll come back for the closing. So.
FIDE Vice President.
Deputy President.
Apologies, sorry. I have to learn these things. This is a FIDE broadcast. Subscribe to FIDE Chess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kasper Purun. Was this computer says 0-0, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, this one does look
just a draw.
0-0-ish.
Fair enough. It has ended already, I'm being told, so it probably ended 0-5.
I mean, when the king is that
0-5.
close, you're never going to push the pawn, so that's clear enough.
So that leaves us with, okay, the Neiksans game, which is sort of hopeless. The
Cori, Jorge, but he's
Henriquez game.
winning, isn't he?
Cori.
Rook A1 and it's over, yeah.
This is also ending. That means Cori's going
Bishop
through.
A7 and it's goodbye.
There he goes. The F pawn is going to cost the rook. And this is it. Okay, we're approaching the end of the round. And the opponent resigns. Jorge Cori is through. That leaves us with Neiksans Suleimanov, where white is an extra rook and bishop, which is a lot of stuff. And the heroic fight of Kavin, but nah, that is it. So, thank you so much, FIDE Deputy President, 5-time world champion, 2-time rapid world champion, Vishy Anand. How do you like it here?
It's great. I mean, it's always nice to come to Goa. And I mean, so far, this is the stage when there's so many games, there's lots and lots of fun. Yeah, let's see. Anyway, the main action, I think, well, it'll, I think, become even more interesting starting tomorrow because all the big guys join in and should be fun.
Yeah, I think World Cup is always a great tournament to commentate and watch. Normally the most fun part is like last 32, last 16, last 8. You get so many strong players clashing, you don't know what's going to happen. So it's a marathon, but I'm very, very happy to be here all the way. And we're very, very happy to have Katie, who will give us an update on the stuff we missed. Katie, what happened in that Arthur's Neiksans game?
Yeah, and Vishy, this game was really, really awesome. Rook h4 is obviously a blunder, and after this move, black is losing here. However, there was a move that was still keeping the game alive, queen g4. And it's a very nice idea, because after a6, you go queen to f3, you get this queen here, and then you sacrifice the knight to open up. You want to checkmate on g2, obviously, and now it is white who has to cover the king, and after taking this queen, black can manage to make a draw. In case, if you bring the queen also into the game, let's say you play queen to e8, the previous move here to give a check, you have this square to hide your king. There's no more checks, and now if you try to trade the queens, because you have this beautiful a6 pawn, anyway, black captures the pawn on h4, and this is the way how Arthurs could save this game.
Right. I mean, I could have found queen g4, but I would have probably still evaluated my position as lost. It's, but I would have played queen g4 just to defend h5 or something like that. So, wow.
Yeah, that was either queen g4, queen f3, and then to give the knight instead of the rook. The other game you were mentioning, the game of Max Warmerdam here. Vishy, you mentioned about g4, move 30. Let me quickly put that. In this position, black obviously made h4 is a blunder, and after this one, black is not happy, cannot save this game. You mentioned g4, and in this position, the way how you can set up the castle not to lose this game is let's just make here some move. You push the pawn on f6. We just pass here. You pass the moves.
And we wait on b5 with the rook. Okay.
Yes.
So
and here you go rook to b5, and there is no way that black can just.
That white can make progress.
Yeah, white can, just. And if you play e4 here, you can just simply take and then get the rook on the second rank. By the time king gets on f5, we take the pawn with a check, and this is how black could actually go to the second round without any tie breaks.
Right.
Well, now, Warmerdam has won, so they will continue playing, and I believe all the games are over. Thank you so much, Katy, and thank you so much, Anand, for joining us. It's been great honor. We'll go on a brief break and come back with more tie-break action. See you then.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive. One match at a time.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges, chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back, everybody. The first round of the tie breaks is finished, the 15+10 portion. We did a quick count. Out of the 20 matches, it looks like 14, roughly, found a winner. So 12 players or 6 matches will go to the 10+10 portion of the tie breaks. Still trying to make that second round. Miro is back.
Yeah, guess who's back? Back again.
Shady?
Well, pretty shady, yes. And I think while they are resetting the boards, you know, making sure the PGN has the right names and so on and so forth, I guess we are getting ready to go to visit the playing hall with Charlize.
Let's see what Charlize has.
We are back in the playing hall, and what a day it has been. We went from 20 boards down to 6, going to the shorter rapid controls. Tensions are high, players have everything on the line. Let's talk to our in-house press officer, Michael Rahal, about his thoughts. Michael, it's intense in here. Tell us your thoughts.
Hello, Charlize. First of all, it's amazing. There's been 20 rapid games, 14 wins, 6 are progressing to the second stage. They're already prepared behind us. And, I mean, super exciting. Faustino won the second game. He's going to go to the second stage of rapid. There's a kid called Sundariam. He's drawn Yuffa, 2600 the 4 games. I mean, I'm just excited talking about it. And as you can hear, the arbiter is announcing the start of the next round. So let's stay posted.
Final thoughts, any surprises so far that you think was kind of crazy, shouldn't have happened, or that you are surprised by?
Not yet. For the most part, the favourites have gone through in this first stage, but I think we might get some surprises in the second stage for sure.
Well, stay tuned. Let's find out exactly about those surprises as the players move on to the quicker rapid control 10+10. Back to the studio.
Here we are awaiting the start of game number 5, but game number 1 of the 10+10 portion. The games aren't out yet, what we just heard. It is 6 matchups. Of course, Fauy-Oro keeps his quest for gold.
Well, I gotta say, I was watching, maybe not as closely as you guys, and he seemed to play like a very convincing game.
Yeah, he got a messy position and just outplayed Ante Brkic. Also shows he doesn't have mental problems coming back, recovering from a loss, which is a big skill, not just for now, but for his chess career as well, because if you lose the first game, many people are kind of broken. He clearly wasn't.
Yeah, that's true. And again, like the optimism very often compensates for a bit of lack of a class or something. Yeah. So that is a very valuable quality.
Yeah, and the class will only increase for now, while the optimism, the confidence, the composure will stay. So yeah, he's not the strongest or the highest rated at his age group ever, for no reason. So that we have some stats. Let's see where it says 1-1. Yuffa still struggling to do away with Thavandiran.
Current Grigoryan is back with black.
Yeah, yes, they both won with black convincingly.
Yeah, then the other matches on this page are Rojas, so we only have 2 that continue. Then we already know Fauy-Oro.
Yeah, Warmerdam came going back to overtime. Bartel came back. 4 decisive games so far in Aronyak Gosh against Bartel, not a single draw. Chobava made it through. Just saw him leaving the playing hall. He's very happy.
Yeah, so 3 matches from here. Right, Brkic.
Diego Flores is out.
Diego Flores finally.
Yes, Sergei Lobanov.
Finally out, and then from the last 4 matches there must be one more.
We have lift off. It is indeed 6 matches. We got Yuffa versus Thavandiran, Aldiyar versus Grigoryan, Kazybek-Ritvik against Bartel-Aronyak, also still going, Lalit versus Warmerdam, Fauy-Oro against Ante Brkic, and Mateusz Bartel against Aronyak.
Gosh.
Here we see Daniil Yuffa struggling so far in this matchup against this 220 points low-rated opponent.
Ah, well, and he's playing the funny line against the Caro-Kann, this knight f3 d3 nonsense, which when I've seen for the first time I thought like, yeah, what a boring way of making a draw. I've seen some strong grandmasters like making a draw after d4 d4, trade the queens, and then some like rook g8 g5 nonsense. And it was and later on you figure out, oh wait, the engine is not that pessimistic about this line, and actually if you don't know what to do, you might get in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and also I think the best way to play is probably to go for the endgame with d takes e4. But then you have a slightly strategically risky endgame. So it's not everybody's cup of tea. While
Yeah.
and the alternatives like bishop g4 as he played are at least, if White knows what he's doing,
Yeah,
challenging.
For what I know, it's considered to be like slightly risky, all this stuff. Like h4, h5, knight e5, knight e7. What happens then? White took on h5, knight takes h4. And then queen g5, queen g4 you'll have to answer with g5? Question mark, question mark?
Bishop e7?
Bishop e7 is also here, yeah. True that. Are there any, let me see, no games was this particular moves?
G5 is funny though, at least, because you can't go bishop takes g5, which looks tempting.
Yeah,
because of queen takes g5
and knight check.
And if you go h takes g6 en passant, that's a legal move.
Yeah,
and knight takes g6.
And Jorge in a corner we don't like usually, we don't approve, but it's not that terrible for black.
Might come back. Okay, sharp stuff there. Daniil Yuffa not having an easy time. Let's go back to Fausti Watch. They keep debating this line where Fauy-Oro got in trouble in the first game against Ante Brkic. Or trouble might be strong, but there he played. Bishop g4, it was some forced sequence. This time he plays knight f6, a6. What do you think? Do you think he has a coach or someone he can call during the games to get some instant opening advice?
That's a good question. I think I've seen him with his dad here. That's about it, right? So that's a good question. If he has somebody on the line to, like, literally to call in between the rapid games, because that'd be, I guess, very useful.
Yeah, normally you don't need deep analysis, but if you have access to a phone between the games, at least if somebody can tell you, okay, don't repeat this line.
And go for this setup instead. Yeah. And it's already quite helpful.
Although I'm not sure I'm in love with the setup he chose. So.
And g7, g6, so that feels like he will end up playing one of those like exchange Caro-Cans with potentially bishop f5 later, but it seems to be an inferior version. Like you've played a6, which you might not need later on. White didn't have to play h3, which he often does.
Yeah, the knight is already on e5, so the only thing I could think of is if there's some quick knight takes e5, d takes e, knight d7 business or something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so g6, castles, bishop, g7, and...
This was me.
White... I'm not sure, like rook e1 or... Yeah, I guess rook e1, bishop f4, any of those. Like basically you play your cards, but then black's bishop for whatever reason is on g7.
Yeah. Well, the only question is if this is ever good. Sort of a weird structure. Let's see what they do. Brkic castled.
Castles played. And yeah, can he go bishop f5 here, or it's too much?
I just know this was an idea that people used to like in the old days here, and also in this exchange Slav. Normally, computer hates it. Like
yeah, computer hates it, and like you don't have to show like anything special. You just like hang to e5 square, and yeah.
It's a bit surprising because it looks so healthy for black. Like you go e6, rook
e6,
g8,
rook g8. But
I guess king safety or whatever. Something bothers the computer.
Yeah,
or just castles.
Rook e1, so he just castles short, and then, yeah, I guess, what do we do? Bishop f4, knight d2 first?
Maybe knight d2 to go knight f3. I'm still anticipating knight e5, de, knight d7. Maybe knight d2, knight f3 is nice, yeah. It's what Ante does.
Okay, so, well, obviously quite a tense position, but nothing immediate, I think. Yeah,
No, and I think this style of play should favor Brkic. First of all, he's a bit better, and then there's nothing crazy. It's a structure where he probably knows where the pieces are going, and we've seen.
Yeah.
He's a very classical, well-trained player, and even if things get murky, the first game, if he has an initiative, he's going to be able to do some damage.
Right, through that, then what else shall we... I mean, let's try to maybe take a tour. Aronyak, not to be confused with Aronian.
Not yet.
Against Mateusz Bartel.
Bartel is a very strong player, but he does have peculiar likings in openings and structures. Does enjoy his pawn on f5. Here, knight h5. Nothing
and then
too crazy, but his point was to go f5. Play sort of a delayed Dutch. And now he also went knight c6, which...
Knight c6, d5, knight b4, which looks quite extravagant, to be honest.
Very.
Bishop to b1.
What's the point of knight c6? He wants knight d8, knight f7? Okay, d5, knight d4.
And that's already, the game was already on the advance, so d5, knight b4, right? Bishop
back.
b1, a5. I guess, yeah, knight a6, knight c5 as they sometimes do in these situations.
Yeah. It's probably not terrible, but I don't know. I didn't like d5 for white. Gives black something to do. Might still be better. Tense fight there. Jumping to Max.
Max Warmerdam. Ah, this one. This, what you call it, the Reti Gambit or something. I think the proper Reti Gambit if you castle instead of queen c2, but even this way. Queen c2, b5, castles, e6. Now, I'm not sure about this queen c2 thing.
But
apparently it's a
Max
move,
knows
yeah.
stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure he will have prepared this. Like the old main lines are all this crazy stuff like castles, bishop e6, and how did this go?
No, I thought it was knight d7, queen c2, knight b6. And,
that also, yeah, it's true.
And it's a lone, castles first, knight d7, and queen c2, knight b6, and then you could include a4, a5, or go knight a3 immediately, basically knight a3, bishop e6, knight g5, bishop g4, and so on and so forth.
I think the verdict was this stuff is risky for black, but you can go. You can bail out somehow, like g6 or knight
yeah,
g5,
g6
knight
is
b4,
relatively
something.
solid, yeah. Yeah, I think with inclusion with a4, a5, there is one line which is queen d5, which is acceptable.
Okay, but Warmerdam went queen c2, b5, e6, knight e1, d3. I'm assuming he knows all this stuff. a4. White is a pawn down, but he has some positional compensation. Knight d2, knight comes to b3.
So he wants
keeping
to,
a grip on the c5 square.
Wants to put a piece on c5. Well, like bishop e3, I guess, or maybe just an immediate knight c5 is a threat.
Yeah, and often the thing is, I don't know, black makes some moves. Even if black is a pawn up, if he had to go for something like this, he won't enjoy his extra pawn.
Yeah.
Very much. Might not be lost, but it's certainly white.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is not great for sure.
There we see. Max looks cool above the board, but the leg is doing the talking. A lot of tension.
Yeah, well, certainly, like in his case, he had to come back on demand and gotten a bit lucky, to be honest, in this rook endgame. That I've checked it after the round, and it was surprisingly it was a draw, allowing white to play b7 and so on. There was some sort of fortress, like if black would have played g4 instead of h4. If we were looking at it,
he showed this rook b5. Vishy immediately mentioned this g4 was the way to go. Yeah.
All right, so Kazybek has a symmetrical position against Raja-Ritvik, who looks very even to me. Grigoryan and Aldiyar, for a change, have something very classical, just the isolated pawn endgame. And yeah, not much. Let's go back to Fausti, because Brkic, you said, like, he's a very classical, sort of traditional player and so on, and yet we see the pawn on h5. So learning from the best.
That's what classical players do, no? Like
learning from
H4,
the best.
h5 in any situation.
Alpha 0 style.
But I don't know, if he keeps pushing his h-pawn, he might lose his Croatian Rasmus Svane title.
h5. 94, and I guess the engine would be happy to say go h6 and be better.
Even here, yeah, probably even here, yeah. Yeah, this has been one of the biggest changes in quote-unquote chess culture that nowadays, whenever you can, doesn't matter, you castle kingside, you go h4, h5, h6, squeeze the black king a bit, and then you win some endgame.
Yeah.
In 1,000 moves.
The cool thing is that previously we were going all the way to h5 in order to capture, go g3, king g2, and checkmate on the h-file. But here, no, not really.
He's played differently, also nicely, I think.
He took on c6 and knight to g5. Black doesn't have f5.
No.
So we'll have to, I guess we'll have to take on g5. Then bishop takes, rook e8. Well, I'm not sure how bad is bishop f6, for example.
Yeah, black will always be a bit worse, but I don't know how terrible something like this is, for
that's
example.
what he does, yeah, that's what he does. He gets bishop f6. Compi actively likes white's position up to +1, but it's not that apparent, like bishop f6, ef6, how often do you win these positions?
No, but I can understand, having seen what Compi has to say, that it's unpleasant. Like rook e2, rook a1, a6 is always a target, c6 might be.
Yeah, this h5 irritating, right?
Like doesn't do anything, really, but you still have the option to go h6.
Yeah, it's like you cannot force white to take. Like the moment white takes on g6, you're exhaling, you know, everything's fine. Yeah, but then like you'll go king g7 and you'll constantly have to watch out for h6 check in the right moment. So again, finds himself, Argentinian youngster finds himself in an unpleasant position.
Yeah, with black, and he doesn't yet, why would he, have sort of the killer repertoire where he plays the Berlin or the Petrov and doesn't allow a game, right? And if you play the Caracan against an experienced opponent, it's a good opening, but white has so many ways to make it a game.
Yeah. It's true.
There comes h6, Ante is showing. He has gotten the memo. I'm not sure yet to do it that quickly. It was sort of nice to have the option to do either. But yeah, puts the pawn there. I guess with black you try to get rid of it, like f5, queen h4, queen g5.
Yeah, there's one thing in our thinking, again, like computer is not a big fan of it, but in kind of terms of ideas, sort of maybe you go rook e8 and try to swap a pair of rooks at least. Because if white doubles, well, maybe you can do it one move later, but like if white doubles on the e-file, it will be hard to challenge.
Yeah. But nothing's very pleasant.
No, certainly not.
Faustian trouble. Okay, let's do a brief tour through the other games. Daniil Yuffa, the Spaniard. No, he's still not exactly crushing here.
No, not at all.
Slightly worse, probably, if anything.
Yeah, like not guaranteed to equalize even. So credit to his opponent. Yeah, I understand maybe Yuffa had some chances in classical games and he said he was winning game 1, which I hardly recall. But yeah, but his opponent played quite, so far, like 4 convincing draws against 2600. And yeah. Queen f3 has to go rook f8. f7 is too valuable of a pawn. And now, apparently white has castle long here.
Whoa.
Castle long, and then if you take on a2, it's king c2 and rook a1, and you regain the pawn on a7.
It's just good. Yeah, it's a good move.
Yeah. And then you go castle, you can be b1, bishop d3, whatever.
No, it looks a bit worse. This whole black construction is not that stable.
And he has played castle.
Yep. He's not afraid. In general, this first round, we've mentioned a couple of times, this is the round where the top 50 players are not yet participating. So in a way, it's almost like a qualification round to play one of the stars in round number 2. So it's a bit rough in a way, no? It's like Gladiator. These guys are fighting it out, and it's like, okay, you survived these Roman soldiers in the first round, but here are some tigers in round number 2.
Yeah.
Have you met Pragnanda,
Gukesh, and so on?
Giri, Kaimer, Erigaisi. So, still, of course, it's not just about going as far in the tournament, but you also you double your money, right? If you win the first round.
Yeah, that's it. That's also important for most of these players. They might be not the contenders to win the event, but the monetary value of each round is very important.
Your prize money for the event, that is probably not your net worth, but the further you go.
So queen c6. Yeah, well, this one might actually.
Yes. It's not that exciting a position.
Not that exciting, precisely. Okay.
Grigoryan. I guess he's better.
Grigoryan against Adli.
D5 pawn, also potentially. The b4 pawn could be a bit of a target. Takes. You have to watch out for jumps.
Yeah, well, I've seen it kind of when it originally happened on the board. I thought black was absolutely fine, but then somehow black, I guess, just like this whole idea of pushing the queenside pawns are maybe not that great.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. Or a5. I can get behind, but normally you just sit here, no? King d6, b6.
Yeah, b5,
show me the money.
b4, and it turns out, yeah.
b5, I'm not big on. Okay, let's get to Kazybek-Ritvik against Raja-Ritvik.
It used to be so, like, it used to be absolutely symmetrical, but then something has happened.
Some pawn disappeared for white, no?
Well, white captured. Yeah, white captured on h6 and given away b2, where not sure if the h pawn is such a great value.
Black might be threatening rook to c3, no? Like no takes.
Yes, he does. c3.
Checkmate.
Yeah, but on the other hand, rook c3, queen f4. You take back on b5, right?
If anybody's better, it's black.
Yeah, black is better, right? You probably have to go like f5 here, but gf5. It's just a pawn down.
Maybe you survive, but it's gonna be close.
It's not fun, yeah.
No,
it's not fun.
Here they are. I have to confess, I have no idea how Kazybek-Ritvik looks. I've commentated on his games many times, and I always enjoy saying the name, but I've never seen him.
So now you get the chance.
That's him. Guess who's back? Kazybek.
Kazybek, yeah. So, well, but if I check the
rook c3, Kazybek.
If I check the match, in fact, his opponent was back because Kazybek was leading after the first rapid game. So it was his opponent who came back, and this particular pair, they have the lowest difference in ratings. Kazybek is lower rated by a whooping 3 points of ELO. 25-38 against 25-41.
Rook c3 played.
Queen to f4.
Has to play queen f4.
Queen takes queen and recapture back on b5.
We expertly predicted all this. Now after a takes b5, we'll have to find a way to survive.
Yeah, a b5. Well, I guess you could play rook e5 immediately. That's another option. Or f5 and rook e5. Computer likes f5 though.
Rook e5 here, rook here. My computer does some weird stuff.
Rook d2, bishop d5, and bishop h3.
That's not that human a line, because after bishop g2 he just goes back and he's very excited.
Wow.
That's too tough, but it's clear black is the one playing for a win here no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies, guys. We are leaving you alone again. Max is in control. But Max in general has been doing well in the opening phase. Then later things got a little out of hand against Lalit.
Yeah, so White has sacrificed the pawn but achieved this wonderful knight on c5. So the bishop on c8 is not the proudest bishop. And many ways to continue, but you have to, at some point you have to find a way to break through. Computer argues for expanding on a king side with moves like g4 and so on.
I always struggle with this stuff. I'm sure it's good, but often,
like
it's not.
What
It's
do
too
you
complicated
do?
for me.
What do
But
you
here
do
g4 also just wants to go e5 and it stops knight f5. Yeah, maybe that's his point. That I cannot.
Yeah, and then if you force the knight to e8, you're very
getting
happy.
a bit sad.
So he chose the other way. So still, rook d2, very, very pleasant.
It's normal.
Bishop c8, rook a to d1.
Black can't go knight b7 to untangle, or at least cost him the a6 pawn. No, this is suffering for Lalit. Oh, but he played knight b7. Great minds think alike, but he also missed knight takes a6, because you don't have queen takes a5. And that a6 pawn will be missed, because it gives white a passer.
So you go back to e7, I guess.
Yeah.
Or you could try rook takes d2.
Is that his point?
Knight c7, rook takes d1, which computer actively dislikes, but maybe you...
maybe that is his point, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, like if you have a point in this position, not like you just like... Sorry. And Max didn't go for it. He went b4, but then this allows black to simplify quite a bit, because he gets a chance to capture on d2, and he just went another rook to d8. Wait a second.
But
are we on the same page?
Queen takes a6.
The a6 pawn was defended, but the knight on b7 prevents it
but he
from being defended.
He missed takes.
What? No, wait, the knights were traded as well, or...?
Max spotted it. Queen takes c6. Nice tactic. The point is after queen a7 check. You can't take because of the back rank mate, but after queen a7 check, white just goes king h1. And you still can't take because of this back rank mate.
Wow.
Which means black is in some trouble. You have to probably give the check and then play some ugly move like king h1, rook f8.
Rook f8.
But here after e5,
after e5, the bishop
moves.
never comes back to life. No, that is absolutely awful. I guess you have some jumps like queen e3 and so on, but it's all temporary.
Yeah,
if white doesn't
the
blood
queen by herself, like rook d1. You still can't move anything. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played queen e7.
Played queen e7. Now you can
Warmerdam
trade
takes.
and
h4, make some space for the king, why not?
h4, once again, you probably want to go e5, so maybe black has to play e5. And then if black plays e5, you just take.
I guess you take. I'd be tempted to play f5, but that apparently throws away the advantage because the structure is no longer as good.
Hang on a second. So it was queen e5 check, king h2, queen to d7, and now I think you trade, you go e5 in this. Like if any bishop's ending is winning, it should be this one.
This looks completely winning, yeah.
Yeah, you
Max
trade.
doesn't trade, but it could just have taken.
But wait, look, e5, bishop c8, and then you bring the king to c5.
You just run and black resigns. No, this doesn't look complicated.
Yeah. You get all the way to c5.
Sorry, normally we don't do long analysis here, but for shaming Max, we'll make an exception. and
then,
this is
yeah,
just
somehow
completely over, and black has zero hope of having a fortress or whatever there. You will always be zugzwanged, or your pawns will be taken. No, that's a bit surprising. He's still much, much better, but he could have wrapped up the game there, but just by exchanging queens. Still unpleasant, though.
Fausti, back to Fausti, who, by the way, completely equalized, it seems. Last white's move e6, and then...
Seems bad. The pawn on h6.
The pawn on h6, proud asset, yeah. If you were kind of scared of this h6 pawn, how would you...
I did a quick pawn count. Black actually has more pawns.
More pawns is better than less pawns, yeah.
You know, he gave one back, so rook takes a6.
Rook takes a6, and then when you can just take on e6, that's what he does. Rook e6, king f7. Oh, there is rook a7.
Yeah, I was looking at rook a7, but there's also nothing. He plays rook e6, and now
king f7.
It's time
rook back
to make a draw. g5, king has a g6 square.
Yeah,
anyway, has to pay some attention. It's white, not particular attention either, but only black could hope to ever be better here.
Yeah, like rook e2, rook e6, something, some nonsense like that. Yeah, but it's probably...
Yeah, here he goes, rook e2.
Well, in all fairness, like white can give up h6 and still have a draw, but...
Not exactly lost.
Yuffa is a pawn down, though.
Yuffa is really having a tough time.
Yeah, that is like the opponent that he has particular troubles against. So Bartel is in trouble on, against Aronyak. Bartel might be just lost, to be honest.
That was a very uneven match, Bartel-Aronyak. In this position, yeah. Okay, let's show off. Knight g8.
Wins the game, yeah.
Threatening checkmate.
And
that's
wait
it.
A second. Knight
Knight g8 played.
Knight g8 played, wow. Knight g8 played. Queen f7. Knight f6 was, believe it or not, Knight f6 was...
Show off, but rook takes f7 can't be too bad.
Yeah, rook takes, and then... Oh, well, the knight's getting trapped, though, so... h5. Yeah, no, come on. The game's over. h5, rook h1, and... all right.
Also, this rook will join the action at some point via rook b2.
g7. Wait,
or rook takes c5.
You can take on c5 as well. Yeah, takes on c5. Now this is over.
Not a pleasant position to defend because you have a rook and a knight versus a queen and 3 pawns. I'm not an expert, but queen is what, like 9 points, 10
9 to
points,
10, yeah,
depending
9
who you ask. Pawn, let's say, is 1, so that's 12.5 points, while
against
knight
8.
and rook are like 8. That's too many points.
Too many points difference. Yeah, more stuff is better than less stuff, usually. Yeah. That's how chess is played.
It's not that complicated game. Take opponent's stuff. Don't let opponent checkmate king. You'll be all right.
Yeah.
Rook e7. This...
Trade.
It's not exactly Helm's Deep. Queen c4, f4, g4, whatever.
There are some instances of rook and knight assembling a fortress, but not against three connected
the
fast
three pawns are a bit of an issue.
Well, one pawn would be manageable, sometimes two, but not three of them.
Even two, I guess. If they're connected, would be rough, but
yeah,
three makes it less
makes it impossible.
f5, g4.
Okay, Faustina is...
Check first. Maybe now g4. It's such fun to play such positions with white, though I wouldn't give the opponent the pleasure. Think. Queen d4 check first. Repeating. Now he goes f5. And Max Warmerdam won.
Yeah, Max won his game.
Did come through.
Kazybek won his game as well.
And Max went for the pawn end game here. I'm assuming different moves win, but this is the simple one.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be a pawn end game for much longer.
Bartel's the only one defending, I guess. Because, some other games are still in progress. All of them look fairly balanced. Yuffa, despite being a pawn down, I think should be able to defend.
Okay, Bartel refused to resign. It's hard to look away. But now he does resign. Yeah.
He does resign eventually.
How's Fausty boy?
Fausty's
a pawn up.
Pawn up.
It's not.
That's not the pawn that we have any chances. Yeah, any chances of converting this one.
Also, his king is sort of stuck.
Wow. What did he do? Rook g5. Could as well play rook f2. Yeah. It wouldn't change the outcome.
Here, I'm sure rook takes g5 is a draw, but I would still never do it.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's a draw.
With the king on e3, you don't care about the opposition. Yeah,
no,
king e3, king d3. Yeah, it's a draw, but still.
Our board is a bit behind here. Rook g5, rook a8 has been played. Okay, this is a dead enough draw in anti-Brkic's hands. Not expecting any surprises here.
So, shall we check Yuffa?
Why not?
So he's a pawn down, but I guess assembled some sort of a fortress, or maybe not some sort, but just a fortress with king on c5, and then if knight gets to d6, it's an immediate draw.
So what does he do? Just king b4 and back?
Yeah, I guess. Like knight h5 seems fine as well, just to annoy your opponent. Knight h5, king e4, knight back.
Where do we go? Somewhere.
Check, and if king f3, again back. Well, the knight on g7 is not my favorite type of knight.
Going check.
Yeah, I thought king f3. Yeah, check, king f3, knight h5, king g4, knight g7. Compy says it's fine, but Niels Grandellius' game teaches us that it's very dangerous having the knight on g7. Yeah, he went king b4.
Should
And now, interestingly, you have to play knight h5, or otherwise there are ways for white to make progress.
But knight could get a bit surrounded here. King c5, bishop g4.
So now he goes
played.
king c5, yeah, bishop to g4. And now you have to be like very crafty with your knight maneuvering. One of the moves which do not lose, or at least I don't see if it loses, is knight to h1, which is quite counterintuitive if you ask me.
Yeah. Bishop e6 played, but now king b4 just repeats.
Yeah. So bishop g4 is kind of a meaningful try, and then, hang on a second, if you go to b4, they go king d4 and trying to run with the c-pawn.
I was wondering about that, but I wasn't sure if it does so much. Now he puts the bishop on b5 instead.
Yeah, but that allows knight f5, knight d6. This shouldn't
almost
be
playing for a loss.
Shouldn't be any dangers.
Knight f5. Now black is out of trouble. So let us switch to Katy to update us on the Mateusz Bartel game.
Mateusz could actually win this game because his opponent just blundered by playing h4. He had to play just rook to c1, make sure that there's nothing on the back rank. But after h4, there was rook to a1, correct move, and after king to f2, pawn is hanging
he missed knight
with a
e4?
check. Yeah, and he played knight e6, and we have seen a beautiful move.
Ooh.
So knight e4, how dangerous this could be for white? Actually, it's just game over. Because here we have king e2 or king e3. Let's say this move here. We have knight to g3. King goes on f2, we have this check, everything comes with a check, and now we have queen to e6. If king goes on d file, obviously we take the rook with a check, and
then we take the knight. Well, everything's done.
It's horrible. And if white covers the check, now of course you can play rook to e1 and win the queen, but there's also a better deal here for black. Knight g3 check first, king goes here, you give another check, and now you take this queen, and that's a game over. There's no chance here for white. So knight e4, what else white can do here? King e3, let's say. Here we have rook to e1 check. If rook covers, we have queen also getting into the game, and it's actually just a game over, right? After rook to d2, we have queen to c1. Queen over here is hanging. If king actually survives, but I think it's just a checkmate.
We apologize, but apparently we have technical difficulties with Katy's sound, and we will come back to Katy.
I was hearing everything she said.
Yeah, we could, but apparently our viewers could not, and that's.
It's not that important.
It's
anyway,
not that important. We were having fun.
Yeah.
That is the important part. We were having fun. So, yeah, breaking news indeed. Mateusz Bartel, instead of winning in one move, he has lost in one move.
That's a bit shocking, because we picked it up, I think,
precisely after, half a move later, and we thought it was a logical game, and
like,
white was
checkmated. But apparently that is not the story. Here. How do you not play knight takes e4? You don't have to calculate to move 10,000, but take a pawn with check and see what happens, no?
Take a pawn with check, rook e1, queen c3, right? I mean, it's hard to tell what you missed, right? Okay, Faust is still playing, but it's a dead draw. Grigoryan with Adli, it's perfectly equal as well, but I'm not even sure who is playing for win. And Yuffa,
both.
Yuffa's also the drawish position, yeah.
So, which one do we pick? The three drawish positions.
How about we pick none and just like
call it around? Knight d3, king f5. I guess this has the most potential for something still happening. At least white is a pawn up. You could try some things. Bishop c6.
You can't try that much. Is there some stuff, like some, I don't know, some Zugzwang here. Not really.
Really
Like
see it.
white also like
White
is
is
quite,
also-
quite stretched. Like you have to defend a4 and say you want maybe to take away the df7 square from the king, so the knight has to move, and then you go king e4. But knight will move to a4 if you put the bishop on d5, and this is one knight move that you do not want to allow.
Not sure what they're doing. Bishop f3, I guess knight goes back, bishop covers pawn. You can just wait, no? King.
Yeah, knight d3. And
He doesn't seem concerned about the king entering, but now he has a fork. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe he's concerned.
knight c5. Okay.
That looks drawish. Fauy-Oro keeps trying.
Keeps trying.
But after rook takes h5, king f3. The bad news is it's very hard to win in these types of positions, even if white goes here.
Yeah, rook a1, and that's precisely how I prefer to defend when it's a g-pawn.
Yeah, you don't have to think very much.
Yeah. Because all this Philidor stuff, I believe, is somewhat overrated.
Very complicated.
Rook d5.
D5,
kindly offering a rook
It's
trade.
tricky. You can't trade the rooks here. It is surprisingly
King
lost.
e4, yeah, king e4, and this is. I have a whole lecture dedicated to the endgames, which end up in this position being winning for the strongest side.
But you don't have to. And rook h8.
And we've gotten this king g3, rook f1 position.
Brkic knows.
Brkic.
First rank defense against the g-pawn.
Yeah, this fella been around the block for quite some time, so
yeah.
he knows
So
all the
point
tricks.
is, you just keep waiting here, and this would be lost if black had an f pawn.
If there was an I file.
There was one more file
over there, right? So that
which we could use.
Check.
That would be
and
very
then
useful.
Check,
We
and
could
then
go
move
here to the right, and then if the king comes here, then we can go g2 and pick up the rook. But there is no more file, so there's nothing to do.
Okay, well, something's happening. G2.
Fauy is trying everything. G2.
And he's no longer trying. He's exchanging everything. He's promoting it to a knight, of course.
Wow,
That's
the.
Well, after a knight promotion, so I'm not sure if you have to make a move, right? When he takes gf1 knight, you just stop the clock.
Yeah, enough is enough. But showing sense of humor there, Fauy-Oro with all. The serious competition. Still time to troll around. Get a knight.
Yeah. So Yuffa's game is also a draw, so that's the only one that we have where somehow Ahmed managed to win a pawn, and now he can go f5 and see if Karen Grigoryan knows the first rank defense against the g-pawn.
Although after f5, he might know the pawn endgame defense.
The opposition.
The g-pawn.
The opposition, yeah.
Do we need opposition?
No.
No, okay, this is still a dead draw, this construction.
But that's, I'm thinking World Cup is one of the few tournaments, very few tournaments, where dispositions are getting played.
I don't know, I feel like the times are changing. Like, I'm playing these title Tuesdays, and it's very regular that people just play on rook versus rook. Even when it was 3 minutes plus 1 second, you see the top players just playing rook versus rook. I think it's less likely they hang the rook than that the opponent hangs the rook. So might as well.
Yeah.
These crazy kids and their rook endgames.
Yeah, somehow, they have this idea of plus EV. Yes.
Which is fine.
It's like I'll blunder a rook in 1 of 1,000 games and my opponent in 1 of 900 games. And that's why it's plus EV to continue.
Against me, it's massively plus EV to play rook versus rook, because I might also lose on time.
I'm easily getting flagged with plus 1 second.
Exactly. But no, even if it's plus EV, sometimes you wonder, is that amount of plus EV worth annoying everybody else
effort.
for 10 more minutes.
Yeah, that's true. How about karma?
No, because it really changed, especially in online chess, where in the old days, like whatever, the late 90s, on the Internet Chess Club, you were sort of being shamed even if you played on rook and 3 pawns versus rook and 3 pawns. Well, now you have more time, you play rook versus rook, of course.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, I remember like first time that.
Oh, he didn't trade rooks. Who doesn't trade rooks here? That's
surprising.
I mean, it's a dead draw, but who does not take in king f3 and go home? Karen, very confident in the first rank defense. But as a defender, why do you want to keep playing? This is so strange to me.
That's a big question.
Ahmed apparently says, okay, I'm forcing the draw with the extra pawn.
Yeah, and we are done with first game of 10 plus 10 of day 3 of round 1.
What are the results? That was complicated.
So, we have a lot of draws, and we have Bartel losing his, at some point, winning position, and we have Max winning his good position, and we have Kazybek win. Yeah, well, actually, it wasn't a lot of draws after all. No. So it's 3-3. 3 draws and 3 decisive games.
Yeah. So we'll be back. 3 matches still in balance. 3 guys have to come back. And we have to come back in a couple minutes with the second game of the 10 plus 10 portion. Stay tuned.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back, everybody. Second game of the tiebreak 10+10 round. We're following the adventures of young Fauy-Oro, the Argentinian prodigy, who is facing the experienced Brkic. The match is dead even at technically 2.5 points each, but it doesn't matter. First game in the 10+10 was a draw. So whoever wins this wins the match. Miro, let's jump right into it.
So, Zuckertort opening.
Good old Zuckertort.
Zuckertort.
In German means sugar tart, so it's my favorite
sugar
opening.
Tart, yeah, that's not a bad opening indeed. Right, I think, again, it's, the last move. I wanted to say something, but the last move, knight to c3.
He played knight c3.
He played knight c3 in front of a c2 pawn, which is a bit of a surprise, but maybe he tries to make a point that, yeah, like I'm stopping a4. I'm not sure how serious of a threat knight b5 is. No, I don't think it is. But I thought, like, if black plays c6, then e4 is the point, yep.
And maybe after castles you do go knight b5, bishop goes away and c4.
And
so
then
you
c6
correct
and you
your
drop back.
Yep. Having blocked the c pawn at least.
So black goes knight e4, but then knowing how tricky he is, I know he does go knight b5 anyway. He does go knight b5 anyway. So now bishop, yeah, like you value the bishop in this position, so I think you have to drop it to e7, and then what? And then
still
c4. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta.
So c4. Yeah, he plays it very fast, like if he has prepared this random set of moves.
I doubt that. Looks like they're both freestyling, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so we have, out of these 6 remaining matches, we have some really funny, like, previous history. Like Yuffa and his opponent yet to win a single game, where Bartel-Aronyak yet to make a first draw in their encounter. And sometimes it happens, like the match ends with the first draw, strangely. Yeah.
Could happen here.
So now it would be the end of Bartel's campaign. So in his interest is to keep, well, coming back, I guess.
And also every position they play is weird, like Bartel enjoys his funky openings. Here he plays. What do they call this again, this 3F3? It has some funny name.
Which I'm not
Fantasy variation?
Yeah, precisely. Fantasy variation. I don't know if you have to have a lot of fantasy to defend your central pawn with the other pawn, but that's the name anyway. Yeah.
A3, B5, bishop E2.
Yeah,
none of these moves are very obvious to me, but
mix of everything.
Looks like they know what they're doing.
Knight H3 is another, well, classical way of developing a knight. Knight A4, Knight G6, not a single knight was developed in a way that commentators used to recommend a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they're not listening much.
Yeah.
There we see Mateusz Bartel with the white pieces. Experienced Polish grandmaster facing Aronyak Gosh. Still an international master. But my guess is he will not remain an international master his entire chess career.
Yeah.
On to E5.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to look sort of normal. If white gets F4, C3, okay, the knights are still weird, but at least there's some long-term potential.
Yeah, so white in a way succeeded to making it a French, not a Caro-Kann, right? The bishop remained on C8. The bishop remained on C8. What else do we have? Some King's Indian type of thing in Adli against Grigoryan. Max Warmerdam will probably show us the right way to play against this exchange Caro-Kann thing. And it wasn't an exchange Caro-Kann. It was something more of a free. Bishop G5 and Bishop B5.
Yes,
that is
a good move.
I gotta say, it's quite an accomplishment because I doubt I ever had a game where I would play both Bishop B5 and Bishop G5 by move 4. that is quite challenging to do.
Probably not. I mean, these lines, computer always laughs at them, but they can be somewhat irritating because you can't play E6 like a normal person, so you always have to decide, do you go H6, G5, do you solve it differently, do you go Knight F6, do you allow the exchange?
And it all breaks down to kind of reverse Kazybek of swords, right? That's what white eventually wants to have.
Okay, Max, who knows his way around any opening? Goes CD, ED, Knight F6, Knight F3, Bishop G4. This looks very harmonious. Now, white decided not to take on F6, but now black just develops Bishop E7 or Bishop D6. I guess Bishop D6, actually.
Yeah, Bishop D6, and then you can't really go... I mean, maybe you can, but like H3, I thought H3, then black can take and maybe go G5.
Yeah, then, or even Bishop H5, and you always have to worry about G5.
Yep.
And he's played something else, A6. A6 I find a bit weird, because he's asking for Bishop takes C6 and then some violence, C4, Queen A4, Knight E5.
Yeah, that's what happened, and then...
Lost some time.
You have to watch out for Queen A4 in such cases, right?
Don't like this at all.
I guess, yeah, what do you even do? Like, can you somehow defend C6, maintaining the pin? Not really, no, I don't like it.
No, I don't know what the move is. If you develop normally, Bishop D6, Queen A4... Yeah, there's no way to keep this together, Queen C7.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to castle and...
Takes Rook C1 or something bad's going to happen. Now, A6 was asking for trouble, potentially prolonging this match.
Yeah, Max is leading in this match. He only needs
to develop the pieces. Especially with black, there was really zero reason. White put the bishop on b5. Why lose a tempo on making white take this?
Yeah. Fausti is getting what some people would call advantage of two bishops.
Oh, he's
already gotten.
Brkic.
Yeah. That seems to
what
be a
happened
very the tricky knight. Look, the knight on b5. And,
I missed some knight a7 business.
Yeah. And I think we thought, like, maybe after queen c2 is already not quite. No, he could still go c6. Rook c8.
I guess he didn't want to, but c6, knight c3. Now play f5 or whatever, and you still have a sort of normal position.
Yeah, and rook c8 was perhaps
just
like
a blunder.
Ambitious attempt to play c7, c5 in one go.
Yeah, but you just
and
missed
then
knight a7.
c takes, knight a7, knight to c6. Quite unpleasant position. Strategic. Maybe he just
really
strategically
bad.
lost. Yeah.
Really bad. Rook c1. Black will have to go knight df6, then knight e5, and then c7 is always weak. f3 is there, potentially e4. No, this is a nightmare, especially for a classical guy like Ante Brkic, who's very well prepared. But that also often means you really can't stand having such a bad position. And he looks disgusted. Well, Fausti, now that he's better, all of a sudden he also became taller, 3 feet taller. He did his trick. Put his shoes on the chair again.
Yeah, because like the queen is all the way on c6 and potentially takes c7, so he has to be able to reach the 7th and 8th rank.
Be able to take stuff there.
Yeah, queen e7, and how do we make progress? We double on the c file, I guess.
C2 looks good, or knight e5 at any moment as well. No, but maybe first rook c2, just make sure.
Yeah.
Never any knight d2 business.
Yeah, maybe we don't even have to double, but yeah, like go rook c2, go knight e5, and maybe we're getting ready for f3.
Oh, this plays itself.
That's quite an unpleasant position. And computer points out there is like a plan of going bishop b5 and maybe moving the queen, installing the bishop on c6, which is also extremely annoying.
No, it's just bad. Yeah. Weaken the light squares thing and to give up that bishop. These weaknesses are eternal. Rook c2 played. No. Fauy-Oro. It's not going away.
Yeah, that is a great chance for.
Come on, how often do I have to win this match? Well, now he's in danger of just getting kicked out right here, right now.
Wow, some really funky opening in Kazybek against Raja-Ritvik. Was it? Ah, no, it's the bishop e7 Botvinnik, and then bishop e2, rook h4. Is rook h4 a move at all?
Okay, this I've seen before. Takes, bishop e2, but now you're supposed to develop some pieces, no? Knight d7 or
yeah,
bishop
because
d7.
rook h4 runs into knight b5.
I guess he mixed something up, because there is a line knight d7, queen d2, and rook h4 for some reason. And then long castles, b4, some messy stuff. I started with rook h4, and then knight takes b5. He seems strong.
He went e5, bishop takes rook, ed4.
Maybe he knows all this, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's some kind of bluffy line for,
rapid line, yeah.
For, the case where you have to win on demand, but...
Did he lose the last game?
Yeah, he did lose. He needs to win.
Break in case of emergency. Okay, now then it all makes...
He needs to win, but...
Makes some sense.
Compi is not impressed at all. Just castles, goes g3, bishop back to g2, and says, you know what, rook is stronger than the knight. And Compi has its point.
No, I'm sure Compi is right, but if Compi was impressed, it wouldn't be a surprise line, no? Then, I mean, everybody would be doing this. Kazybek also doesn't look too impressed. Just castles. Bishop e6. He's also freestyling a little bit.
Bishop e6. So basically, there is no like an immediate threat of any sort. Like just says, you know what, let's play this position. I understand you're winning objectively, but it's imbalanced enough for me to have a sudden chance.
No, it is. Over the board without seeing the computer, you're never sure.
Yeah, you're never sure. Like there are some threats to the king, there are some threats with this like connected pawns in the center.
Yeah, even some long-term stuff. The king gets out of the way, the knight comes. No, maybe not a terrible way.
To be fair, even like the queen's off the board. It's not clear who benefits from it. Like you go king e7, knight to c5, and then you start pushing these guys. It's very much tempo-based, and then if you're not in time with white, you're just not in time.
Queen d2, logical enough.
Queen d2, and
speaking
now,
of queens of the board, you could
queen,
force them
queen
off
f4,
queen f4
in fact,
really
is a decent move here.
I don't think he's going to do it, but maybe.
Yeah, I'll see. We'll see. I guess, like, without the queens, maybe at some point you bail out here. Like, you force the pawn to d3 and you go just like bishop e4, bishop takes pawn. But again, depends if you're on time or not.
No, the problem is if you play some normal move, your king is never fully safe. No, like, computer even goes f4 here, threatens f5, rook e1, queen can come over. So apparently, queen f4 really is a way to play.
Right, but there is, again, this argument, like, one would be an objective move and the other one would be, you know, well, and I think we're witnessing the end of the match.
What happened there?
Because Bartel apparently just blundered badly.
This was such a strange match.
No, but look, I mean,
Bartel
he had a very decent
material
position. He had a very decent position, and then... yeah, like all of a sudden he replied to queen d7 with queen f3 and resigned after.
No, Bartel seemed a bit out of it.
Yeah, he
just too many blunders.
Apparently quite tilted after yesterday, after the previous game, not yesterday's game, but previous game. And this match is over, and Aronyak goes through, keeping a chance to play against Aronian potentially if he goes long enough.
That's the dream. Aronian
would be a jolly match to commentate on.
As long as we also get Kazybek-Ritvik against Nodibek in the same round.
That'd be a dream semi-finals. Purely from, you know, pronunciation stuff. Something really messy happens in Grigoryan, because I can see, I would think Adli is in trouble, but I can see Compi says white is better, so I assume white is up material, which I didn't bother to count.
What's going on here? White has more pieces, apparently.
Yeah, precisely. That was my guess. I couldn't count, but I only could guess that white has more pieces.
And if takes.
Oh well, so queen to g3, and now you go king g, king h1.
You can just go king h. But hang on, the stupid knight is still trapped.
King h1, ag4, then you trade, and I guess bishop g5.
Yeah, the knight remains trapped, but apparently it doesn't matter.
Wow, this is quite a compy stuff. Just you go rook g2, you go bishop e2, you take the g4 pawn. It's not
all that... All of a sudden you just have a stable positional plus.
Yeah, but it's not that apparent, right? I mean, all this sequence. I guess after queen g3, it's easier to just take on g3 and take on h5, where black eventually has to capture the horsey, and then you take rook h2 and you up a pawn. And no, you cannot take rook h2. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Not rook h2. King h2. King h2. Right. King h2. So, winning chances for Ahmed Adli. That's what he has done. That's what he has done. He exchanged on g3 and took on h5, and Grigoryan is thinking. So theoretically, the knight is still trapped for now, so he doesn't have to take the knight. He goes rook f8.
You might as well take it, no? All this.
Something was put on g2, bishop g2.
Why?
Bishop g2 is not ideal according to the machine, because the knight on h4 was apparently misplaced, and now black gets a chance to... Yeah, white's still better, but...
Yeah. No, bishop g2 is logical. No, the knight could always go knight f3, knight d4. If not, I don't mind it too much. Okay, Ahmed Adli still better. This Yuffa match, Yuffa just can't get a hold on this kid. He's worse again with white.
Wow, Yuffa's worse again with white, like an exchange down. He's an exchange down, so and
he's sort of sacrificed.
I've kept kind of half eye on this game, and I've seen they've involved in some massive tactical complications. Or maybe there wasn't massive tactical complication, it was just
there was some complications. Basically here after bishop a3, he decided to take, which I guess is fine.
And he should have just returned.
You can just slow play it too.
And it would be kind of same. So bishop f6, now bishop c1.
Knight c5 apparently is a mistake.
Knight c5 computer doesn't like. And rook c8 and queen f6, and it's exchange for the pawn, but not.
But even such positions, like if the rooks crush you in the c file, it's bad. But if not, d5 is weak. White has some nice pieces, so I don't think it's too bad. Having said that, he just played a4, which once again.
Bishop c4, and now he gets the chance because just take on c4 now and jump another knight on e5, and computer likes it all of a sudden. So maybe again, it's like you see computer evaluation and then you start to pull the reason why. But I'm looking at these two knights, and as much as the knight on e5 is a beautiful piece, I guess like the competitors.
Jumping all over each other, these horses.
Yeah.
Exchange one.
And then you exchange one. And, okay,
but
he went b5.
Keep refusing to make the first computer move.
g6.
It's normally a mistake.
Both of them.
Yeah.
So now knight to d2 is better for white. I guess just removing the knight from f3, and then you're getting a chance to put the knight on c6, to take on c4. This looks, this looks quite promising all of a sudden. So it was a shaky position for Yuffa, but now he's probably back to having control. He does find knight to d2. Fausti is still better, but I think he somehow sort of slow played it.
Okay, but he did all the reasonable stuff, no? Rook c2, rook c1, knight e5. Maybe we didn't need rook c1, but what's next? f3.
The combination of f3 and h3, and particularly with black's pawn on
h3. I dislike. This I missed. h3 is strange. You want to keep the f3 option.
So now he played h3, and then he waited for the black pawn to h4, and only then he played f3, knight g3.
And also after knight g3, he went f4.
So.
Okay, but these little kinks will disappear over the years. He will know not to play h3 when he wants to play f3.
Yeah.
The thing is, it might not matter. He might be so tricky that something comes up later. But now, black has way more stability than he could have dreamt of. A couple moves ago with these squares for the knights.
You had like the entire complex of white squares weak for black, and now black gets like the knight on g3, the outpost on e4, and so on. Yeah.
I'm also not sure what bothered him just to
play
go f3.
F3, and if anything, you are looking at some g4s, h4s, and swinging the rook on the second rank. That is something that could cross your.
Knight c5, and this pawn was hanging or something. Something along these lines. Even this probably doesn't work, but that must have been what irritated him. Okay, well now, anybody's guess. Strategically, it might be easier for black to play all of a sudden, with the horses jumping and f4. It's a lesson in pawns never move back, no? Both h3 and then f4 left eternal holes in white's camp.
Yeah, this pawns never move back mantra. I mean, it's fantastic how it still applies.
They never do.
Maybe the only thing that still applies, like.
Queen b5. You can also see Fausti. He's sitting down normally again. He's given up the dream of reaching c7, so he can just sit down properly. Queen to b5. He's going for jumps, but it's not obvious.
But then like e3 is hanging, you know. I was actually thinking maybe he wants to get to c7, but with the rook. But I don't find I cannot find a proper line when it works. Because
he did something, king g7, and he went rook c6, was it?
Yeah, rook to c6.
It's a bit unclear what he's trying to do. Maybe he wants bishop a3 to get rid of the bishop. But even that.
Knight f6 to e4. Yeah, it's not apparent what you have to do with either color, to be honest.
No.
Like, black maybe is dreaming of organizing f7, f6 and kicking this knight away, but it feels like, again, something might just hang in this case.
This is a funny line. If white were to play bishop a3 here, which I'm assuming was the idea, now black can just take.
a3 and take c1.
Here, and now we take here, and we have a double attack on e3 and on the rook. So if the rook were to go...
And you take too much stuff again, yeah? Check.
Yeah, I guess material balance
bishop
is still somewhat equal, but we also take this.
It's quite painful.
It's going to get out of hand. And he hasn't played bishop a3?
He's played bishop a3.
He's done it.
So Brkic gets a big chance.
Big chance for Brkic. It's not his style, and I'm sure he trusts the kid.
But bishop takes bishop.
But take it.
Bishop takes bishop leads to a huge advantage for black.
He's sitting up in his chair, ante up, like MOP. It's the remix. Take it. No, he does not take it.
Knight to f5. And in all fairness, knight to f5 once again swings it to white being better because you can take on e4.
Ooh.
d4.
This is completely
and
ruined
then what did it, like d5 for instance, or knight g4, knight c4.
Now all of a sudden this is all crumbling. Yeah, this was a big swing. The evaluation went from whatever was -1 to +1. This might have been the match, knight f5.
Yeah, and when you give these kids a chance to go for some tactical sequence, to jump around, it's not a good idea by any stretch of imagination. So knight to g4. Now, where does he go from here?
Nowhere.
Nowhere he goes.
He's home.
He goes home tomorrow, you mean? Yeah, so queen has to move because otherwise the bishop's pinned. I imagine, like, if you do nothing, white threatens d5 and then return the bishop back to b2. I think this
looks terrible. Also, just take on d6. Like, how do you keep control? Knight takes. I have queen g5 or queen e5. c7 is dropping.
Horrible.
cd6, the pawn drops. Now he's ruined it in one move. I mean, bishop takes a3 was not obvious, but if you think bishop a3 might be a threat, then do something else here.
Yeah.
Okay, very easy to sit here criticizing while reading out the engine, and if you have 30 seconds playing against this whiz kid. But now the whiz kid is on the way.
Yuffa gets a chance. Jan, let me tell you that this Yuffa game was up and down, so Yuffa had an advantage. Then he once again let it slip.
It's going to be a draw.
Bishop c6, and he actually blundered. Instead of rook c6, black had c3 and then knight d4. c3, queen c3, knight d4. Not sure why not knight d4 immediately, I guess, because of some knight c4. Now rook c6, and white wins with knight to e4.
Zwischenzug.
Yeah, Zwischenzug. Knight e4 and...
Has he done it? No, he has not done it.
And we
went BC, and there's something happening. Knight takes d4.
BC.
Does that work?
Knight takes d4. No, it doesn't. But for
almost
the only
works.
reason of c7,
only move, which you don't play. Yeah, he has not done that. Queen c3. Now knight takes c6.
Knight
and we're comfortably back in drawing territory.
Yeah.
Told you, draw. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, so Bartel did not make a single draw, and this, well, yeah, he also did not come back and leaves this tournament, but this match is yet to see the first decisive game.
Young master Faustino now with an edge, but at least, well, not sure if at least. Bishop d6, cd d5. Knight e7, can we put up some resistance? Yeah, knight e7 played.
Knight e7 played,
and
but then white...
b6, then...
Rook b6 is strangely acceptable for black, so what he has to do is queen takes b6. Will he go for it?
No, you don't give the exchange in such a situation.
Unless...
Take the pawn.
You are...
Unless you're a prodigy.
Unless you're a prodigy. Yeah, because queen b6 and then queen
He's
b6 and queen b4.
Whoa.
Yeah, so now if you take on c6, it's pawn takes back. Queen moves. And then I guess you just take the other pawn. Right? Yeah, so he takes with the pawn. Queen goes to e6, attacking b3. Now you can go c7, but it's not the most precise move. Most precise move is the greedy move. Queen takes pawn on a5.
That's the tough one.
That's a tough one to decide on.
Until here,
I agree.
I understood.
C7 is very tempting.
Now rook c8.
Rook c8
anybody's game still.
Rook c8 automatic.
c6.
And the problem is apparently that black is getting ready to play f5 and kick this horsey to, backwards to some like silly squares.
f5 there's 95.
F5 is not great. Yeah, f5 is not great now. But now you can drop the queen back to e7 and the d6 pawn is not falling.
That's cunning. But Ante Brkic is down to 8 seconds. He's found the
queen
best move.
e7. He's quite tough a defender, this Brkic guy.
It's rugged. Now
3 pawns.
Oro takes on
3 connected pass pawns, but
now
black
f5
has...
the knight is on the wrong circuit or whatever they call this. No, queen f5, f5.
F5, and now
where does the horsey even go? Knight
you go b4. You don't go. You don't move the horsey. You go b4.
You keep the horsey, but then rook f7 and the c7 pawn drops. No.
Yeah.
f5 played.
So
Ante's back.
You move the horsey, of course. Objectively, you have to. I mean, you could give a check. Now you're still.
Although you're thinking about it. No, there he goes, knight f2, but rook f7 and c7 drops, and it's anybody's guess. With his knight so far away from the action.
Knight d1.
Could easily see this going wrong for white now.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because like if you cannot coordinate in time, and then black somehow gets rook to the open file, which he does, it can be devastating. Well,
wow, lot of drama here.
Yuffa ended his game in a draw. Let me tell you.
Why are you even watching?
Why are we?
Whoever gets black in the Armageddon is winning that match.
Yeah, so that match is done. Kazybek is losing now.
No!
His position, like this crazy bluff game, and I mean that was absolutely crazy. At some point, black was completely lost, 2 exchanges down, and now the famous scenarios of Botvinnik variation where you get these pawns rolling and doesn't matter how many exchanges you're down, in this case only 1.
What a beautiful position, no? The king is on d4.
Leading the army, supporting the pawns with queens on the board.
Fearlessly leading. It's like...
So queen d8 check, and then, queen d6, you stop checks and the game ends.
D2. Probably the king will go to e2 or somewhere.
Yeah. Queen e7, and then... you just go d2 because it doesn't create any additional...
I guess you could take and go knight somewhere, but
knight d6, like first get the pawn on second rank. I mean, just to be safe. Yeah.
No, there are no threats.
d2, queen takes f7, and then I guess c2.
c2, queen a7, king d3. We're on our way to e2.
c2, I'm not even sure what's planned.
Queen a7.
Queen a7 check, and then king d3.
Go for it.
Rook f3, king e2. No, king e2 is a bit of a checkmate there. Ah, you have to... No, you don't have to go. You could go king c4 immediately, right?
Yeah, I guess you can do any move, even knight c5. Well, although that's a lot less cool.
Blocks
than king d3.
on c5, because now queen g7, d1, queen f7, check. Like some funsies are still going on. Yeah, nice. So there will be some queens promoted in this game.
One more queen.
There will be some queens promoted in this game.
Something completely different happened, but
He
not
went queen a3, e1, queen b4. I guess now you could go to e3, rook e1, king f2, or something like that. No, I was actually
yeah, that's what he does. Good job by Ritvik. Chose very, very risky, tricky line. Took a lot of risk.
But eventually it paid off.
Did pay off. He couldn't find enough queens to put on the board. That was his only problem. So he's only provided one queen by the organizers.
While I got you distracted with this like endless queens promotion, our boy Oro is in trouble. He's lost.
The writing was on the wall.
Yeah, he's lost his pride and glory, his pass pawns, and the knight is still stuck on f2.
Still on the wrong circuit. Queen d8.
So is he getting to the h4 pawn?
He is, but does it save him? The knight is still.
Queen e2.
No one's land.
Check. Queen g3. So now, rook a2 or rook a1. Well, rook a2, queen g5 though, and you cannot really take the knight. There will be a perpetual.
Some king f7, do you have a perpetual down there? Queen d8, some nonsense? Maybe.
Yeah, so he should be objectively winning, but it is quite tricky.
Yeah, rook a2 played. But the kid will go for all the checks. Now he's playing knight h1.
Knight h1?
Yeah, there goes the knight. But now you're sort of tied down, no?
Yeah.
Queen f3 even. Rook d2. What's ever moving? What is that move?
Queen b2.
Why?
Queen b2 defending the long diagonal. h4. He spots the chance. h4.
Is there a chance? Go back to e2.
Yeah, I guess you have to.
Yeah. Queen b2 was strange.
Queen b2 was strange, but
h4 was also strange. Now you go back
to e2.
No, not back there.
Rook a8.
Why is he moving all his pieces back? What's he doing?
Wait, but now the horsey, which was on the wrong circuit, it can get back to right circuit.
Yeah, now he's probably gonna lose. Like
f2, h3,
f2, h5, knight h3.
A lot of jumping.
Very weird, moving pieces back from amazing squares like a2 and e2 to a8 and b2.
Wow.
He doesn't like attacking. He likes to defend. Ante Brkic. He defended amazingly, and then he moved all his pieces back.
You would think Max won by now this match.
No,
he keeps taking lead in. No, he lost the return game, and they will continue playing the blitz.
Of course they will.
Oddly, at some point was winning. Now he plays rook and bishop versus rook. Also potentially a draw against very strong Armenian grandmaster. So another potential blitz.
Shocked here by the Fausti comebacks. How does the knight was on h1 like 3 moves ago, and black couldn't move anything. White could move anything. Now it's on g5. It's not like white is winning or anything, or I'm guessing he's not winning.
No, it's already
what is going on?
Check on e6.
Probably it's got to be draw some check and move repetition.
Back to g5, and then what it? Okay, puts the king on f6.
He doesn't want to draw. Ante still going for it. Horsey goes back.
But you can take on e4. You could even take on e4, and then, like with the rook on h8, black can't hide from all the checks.
Didn't happen. But now what do we do? Queen h5? No, he goes rook h5.
Rook to h5. Okay. Yeah, fair point. Like, white is somewhat restricted in his movement.
Somewhat.
King H1.
Finds a move. Now Queen G4, though. He wants to go Queen G4. He's just not sure if it's winning. Doesn't have to be winning. Just do it. No!
He didn't.
Queen G4.
Queen G4, and if white trades, is actually doesn't look that great, right? If white trades.
We take the H4 pawn, we go King F5. I don't know if we win, but
I mean,
gotta try it.
We try, yeah, of course.
If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again.
Yeah. I guess he
Make
has
a
to
move.
decide.
Come on, Ante. No, not the king.
King G7. Well, it's actually, it's not like white can dramatically change the situation.
I don't know. Maybe Queen G4 was nothing. But I'm still shocked. Why wasn't it good? Compy? Compy doesn't care. He goes Queen E1 then and gives...
And if Queen H4, then
yeah,
you just
Queen
like
C3
activate the
and
queen and come up with some sort of a perpetual.
Okay, I take everything back. Good job by you, Brkic.
Yeah, what's happening? Like, do we have any match? Yeah, the Bartel's out. That's the only match that is done, right? Like all the other matches are still in progress.
Too much drama. Okay.
King G7, and they keep kind of hovering around.
Yeah. Knight G5. We'll wait for the outcome of this, then switch to Ketty. But the kid jumping around with his horsey, can't miss that. Looks like just a draw now, but yeah, until these Queen B2, Rook A8 moves, I don't know. He was just gone for a second.
Yeah, so now apparently you can force a draw with Knight E6. And
well, why do you need to force? You just keep doing it. No, haven't we had this? King F6, Queen G5 even.
Yeah. King F6, Queen G5, or King F7, Knight G5, King F6, Knight takes pawn.
Okay, but I think they're just repeating moves now. King G7, draw. Black is not better, actually.
Where does he go?
He's trying to pull the trigger for
E7.
King E7, and he's done it.
G5, King E7, and...
Come on, update, you stupid board.
Knight H3.
Now Knight takes E4 apparently works, but do you really want to do that? Now Knight H3 looks normal.
He already played Knight H3. Queen H5 is what Brkic does.
But now the queen escapes like Queen E1, and it keeps harassing
the king from the other side, yeah.
Fausti, sitting up. Shoes are on the chair.
King G1? Because G6 pawn was hanging.
Yeah, this is another silent draw offer.
Check, King.
Queen G4 still does nothing.
Queen G4. Oh, this way white just trades and
okay, Brkic,
wins the E pawn.
You've tried validly. It's time to make a draw. No.
Rook D8.
Rook D8.
Rook
keeps coming.
Now apparently Queen G5 check is the only way of making a draw.
That's not happening in a trillion years.
Queen G5, Queen takes, and F takes.
In
order to have the yeah. But now, look, after King H2, Rook to D2. Again, I don't know. I'm saying like if I understand why it's so strong, but Compy claims that it is winning with the Rook on D2.
Credit to Brkic. He keeps finding ways in this Queen G5. Wasn't
Rook
easy
D2,
at all.
And now, if you were to go Queen G5...
Fausti.
Now the E3 pawn is dropping, so you take, you go Rook D3 or something.
It's just lost here, or bad at least. I guess you go King G1.
King G1, why is King G1 bad? Okay, it's computer stuff. King E6, King D5, and you go all the way to like maybe all the way to D3 or something, or you are safe on D5 and then you can free the queen.
Kid is down to 14 seconds.
12, 10, Knight to G5, and Knight G5 allows
Knight G5
nothing.
sort of blocks his own queen a bit. But still not direct, yeah? You sort of...
No, not at all. Rook e2. Okay, so installs the rook on e2.
Brkic is back.
Queen is fairly restricted now.
Also after knight h3, at some point this queen g4 or queen f3 is some business. Will be there, no? It goes king h3, but that of course leaves the back rank vulnerable, and it also allows... queen g4 is probably not winning.
But again, you never know such things, right? Like queen g4, it might as well be winning.
Take your chances. No, it's still not obvious. He goes king f6. So tense. It's already moved 72.
There's also like some queen h8 at some point.
Oh, repeating? Repeating?
Queen a1, you know.
Okay. He should go, apparently, rook b2 or rook c2 somewhere. But it's never direct.
So king on e7, king on h3. Brkic is also down to seconds. I mean, and this is this is the beauty and the curse of this time control. That
Ante, make a move. 4 seconds. 3. Move. Wow. That was with 1 second.
Did he make it?
He made it with 1 second, but he went king f6 back. It looked like he forgot about the clock a little bit there. Again? Does he know he gets 10 seconds per move?
King g7 now.
New square, but 96 check. I'm not sure. Looks like he's out of ideas.
By the way, after king h2, Compi suggests some rook d2 was winning completely, but yeah, he's...
Yeah, but...
I mean, he's in danger of losing. Like, I mean, he has some sort of blockade, and then...
Somehow his hand doesn't make moves now. King h6 with 4 seconds. He's putting his king on a weirder square. He's pushing his luck. Now queen g5, fg... Yeah, okay. White still doesn't want that. No, to his credit, he's trying everything.
Knight to g5. Back.
Knight g5. The problem is the winning way is still always rook c2, rook b2, and then work with rook b1 threats, which he refused to do.
Rook
okay,
d2.
Rook b2, similar.
Rook b2.
Similar.
We are going somewhere, but then it's check knight e5. Knight gets to e5, and this is much trickier now because g6 is always hanging. G6 always hanging. It is no longer winning. It seems like it's no longer winning now. Like white can even like go with the king all the time, like king h1, king g1.
What was the difference? Because apparently rook b2 or something was winning. Knight f7, king g7, knight e5, rook b1. I don't know. Maybe you need the queen d1 threat in some line. So I understand why it's not winning with the rook on d1.
That's a big, big question.
Too complicated for us.
Check and back to e5.
Fausti's position is easier to play now. Just mess around with the knight.
Yeah, looks like Brkic somewhat gives up. No.
Brkic has had enough?
No, he never gives up.
Faust is back to 114. He just,
And the Compi actually says it's just equal now.
Okay. Who cares what the Compi says? We've seen many twists and turns.
In this game, that's true.
Then again, it's also not obvious how either side should do anything without taking excessive risks. So draw agreed. Great fight.
Great 5, messy game.
Drama. That means this match continues. 1-1 in the 10+10 portion. And we will finally switch to Ketty, who stood there for like 45 minutes while we were watching this drama.
No, apparently we have to wait for the last game.
We're not allowed to switch to her yet, so
for the last game,
we'll get to Ketty in 45 minutes when the Ahmed Adli Grigoryan game is over. And that's a fun little rook bishop versus rook, so it can only last. Let's see where they started.
Move 67, so we are looking for move 127.
It's only 22 more moves.
22 more moves, not so much. And it seems that Grigoryan knows his way.
What is the way?
Pin the bishop from afar, I was told by Daniil Dubov.
And then so run with the king to the other side?
You don't have to do the, the second rank or
whatever. The second rank is not so easy, right? You always run into some some awkward stuff.
Right. Hang on a second. So that means only one match is over. Only match. So Bartel's out, and all the rest will be continued.
Okay, we're not gonna watch Grigoryan's rook bishop versus rook technique much longer, but we will switch to Katy with some serious highlights.
You guys, this game of Faustina against Brkic, that one move on 1 second. Oh my goodness, my heart. Well, this game is really, really exciting. And in fact, Faustina could take a lead in the game. He played here c7 move, and this is a blunder. Instead, you guys mentioned to be greedy is not so bad in chess. He could take the pawn here on a5, and let me show the line. After taking the pawn on b3, white has this beautiful move, queen to g5, and this queen together with the knight and f-pawn is a serious trouble for black. So let's make here a few moves. Let's say queen to b2 to attack the rook and also control f6 square. Now white has check, and the brilliant move f5. You're just sacrificing a rook with a check, but it's okay, the king is safe here, and white is threatening checkmate knight to f6. If you stop that happening, let's say queen to c3, then we have pawn getting on f6 and queen to g7 checkmate. There are a few other moves after queen to g5. What happens if queen goes back to e6? Well, again, here we have f5, and f-pawn is the key piece here in this position. After taking on f5, you have this check, and rook now will support knight to get on f6, and this is completely winning position, obviously. After taking on a5, if black first kicks the knight back and then captures the pawn, that would be a really good idea. But here we have the queen c3 check, in between move first to give a check and guard the pawn. When the king goes back, now white has this very nice move, knight to h2 to get on f1, and then later d2 and c4. And it seems like black cannot really touch any of these three pawns, and these pawns will start to just roll and win the game. This was a real chance for Faustina to lead the match.
Yeah, thanks, Katy. What an exciting game that was. And we'll get more of that match after the break. Because Miro, only Bartel is out, is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like. Only Bartel is out. Adli and Grigoryan are still playing. 10 moves left. 10 moves left to reach the... Ah, no, it is a draw. Yeah, it's confirmed. It is a draw officially. No, but it weird. Oh, hang on a second.
They froze. Froze.
Man, I made a mistake.
Never.
Shameful mathematical mistake. I claimed it to be 127, and they only needed 117, so which they've reached, and that's why the digital board already
considers... The board is already switching off there. Someone has to update.
Yeah. The board says the game is drawn, and then it adds more moves. So that is a weird thing.
Ahmed is talking to the arbiter. Is he claiming a draw? He has the bishop.
No, I don't think Ahmed is claiming a draw. So, but Grigoryan has asked for...
I don't know what's going on there.
Nobody knows. And this one's still a draw. It's not like he's like preventing a loss by claiming 50 moves, which some people sometimes have done, making it all the way to the bad position, but then recalling, wait.
Yeah, there was a game, I think, in the World Rapid, Nakamura against Donchenko or something, where it was mate in 2, where you lost the move, the rook next move, and then you always claim before you get mated, or you
absolutely
just to see what happens. More often than not, you could be right, because if you play this without writing the moves down, you never have a feel for how many moves are made. Rook g3. But it looks like now he's switched to sort of second-rank defense, and Ahmed doesn't have enough moves to go. So yeah, our board already claims it's a draw, but as long as the players don't agree to that...
I didn't really pick it up. Like, what happened? Did Grigoryan claim
I don't know, I
Or-
didn't see it. I think that just the screen was updating, which confused them. Maybe the screen was showing draw, so they had to close down, or speculating, I don't know. But Grigoryan also seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well,
What I was told that if players do not claim that after 75,
75,
the arbiter can stop.
Yeah, this is a bit of a cooler after all this Brkic Fauy-Oro action. But we'll get more of that.
That's funny, like, believe it or not, but I've never gotten to defend with rook against rook and bishop. Like,
Me neither. I've attacked plenty, always a draw.
I've attacked,
defending.
like, in its pure form, I've attacked once and won quite easily. I don't know why, but just like, yeah, unlucky defense from my opponent. Sometimes, oh, maybe, okay, I can clearly recall one thing when I failed to win the last pawn, which sometimes is quite tricky. Yeah, but somehow never defended with the rook against rook and bishop.
Okay, so far nothing happened. In general, yeah, you have two ways to defend, as we've mentioned. One of them is to keep your rook on whatever it is, the G file, the B file, the second rank. Then even if your king gets stuck here, as long as the rook is there, there's not too many bad things that can happen to you. Rook F8.
And here I don't even know. Like looking at this camera view, like how do you misplay it with black? That
also the board doesn't allow me to make moves anymore, because it's decided the game is a draw.
we are watching from a from a camera view purely. So rook A7. Like if you could somehow magically get the king on F3, bishop on F4, then you would get to this.
I had that problem as an attacker. I didn't even manage to cross like the third rank, let alone second.
And he decides, okay, let's try to claim a draw.
Move 129.
So it's like with quite a bit of a margin.
Arbiter says, okay, it's 67 moves, you idiots.
Yeah, rook
draw is agreed.
No, but the arbiter before that he asked him, like, what move do you play, by the way?
Yeah.
Which I don't know if it matters.
Very important. Will you play a move that's not hanging the rook, just for my information? Because you could do that as well.
Yeah.
All right, that was an exciting round. We will be back with even less time. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds in the next round. And all our favorites, mainly Fauy-Oro, will come back to battle for their spot in round number 2 of the FIDE World Cup. See you then.
So we make a quick break and you guys get to watch Charlize with the venue tour while we are getting ready for the Blitz.
We are at the beautiful Resort Rio, host to the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and this is your official venue tour. Most players are staying in the hotel itself. As you can see, the bungalows are well spread out. There is so much nature everywhere. It really is a go-in paradise, which is perfect for chess players, as we all know how much they love their walks during tournaments. The dining hall, which gets packed full of players enjoying the cuisine, which is both foreign and local yummy Indian cuisine. This is the entrance to the hotel, where guests are greeted by wonderful friendly faces, funny signs, and of course the FIDE help desk, which is here for every player's needs. I'm here with Matthias Blubaum, who recently arrived. What do you think about the venue and the hotel so far?
I mean, I enjoy the food quite a lot, and I haven't yet. I mean, yesterday evening I went to the playing hall the first time. I haven't played so far, so I can't really comment on playing conditions, but it looks very nice, so I'm looking forward to play.
Let's check out where exactly the participants play. The playing hall, where all the chess action is happening. Tickets are also on sale for fans to enter the playing hall and watch their favorite players live. There are so many cool spaces around the venue for fans and spectators to interact, and we're expecting this to fill up very quickly once top players arrive. And as with every major FIDE event, we also have a FIDE merch store. What is available here for our fans?
Hi, so we have different categories. We have all our collectibles. We've got bags. We've obviously got a...
खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move come don't be late It's your move ए तो boy code
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए checkmate It's your move check में भी होगा just It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move come don't be late It's your move esto todo It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move
Welcome back to the tie breaks. We have reached the blitz portion. 2 games of 5+3. Summary scores more than 1 point. They advance to the next round. 5 of our 6 games, 6 matches are still going. So let's jump right into it because they started. How's Fauy-Oro doing?
Well, he will be up a pawn in a couple of seconds. He can win a pawn.
But there's some theory.
However, it's a theoretical line, and Black supposedly has enough compensation.
Anton knows his stuff. Knight takes e4. Let's take it from the beginning. Knight f3.
So
this is all theory. e4 and
bishop b4, d5, and then you exchange on c3. You go knight e5. Yeah, d6.
The question is, how does Black get compensation? Just take and castle, yeah?
You take, yeah, you castle, you go rook e8. Say bishop e2, rook e8. And I guess b6 and all of that.
He does take and castle indeed.
All that was played, and that's the least advanced game, by the way. So they've spent, yeah, Fausti himself spent quite a lot of time in the opening.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be into details here. The position just as equal, but it looks easier to play with Black. No, if you do this, rook e8, b6, bishop a6 business.
Yeah, it has some potential. Yeah,
hangy.
Yeah. So the way White's supposed to play is castles, b6, bishop e3, which theoretically, yeah, like knight g4 might not be enough after bishop e3. Yeah, rook e8, castle, b6. Compy says bishop e3, bishop a6, bishop d4, surprisingly.
Not so easy. Okay, at least white would be stable with the bishop here.
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes. Brkic also taking some time.
Yeah, now here comes this moment where you had 10 seconds increment and now you only have 3. So
Yeah,
it's
but
better not to be funny with this making a move on last second, because you might as well just lose on time.
No, it's what you mentioned earlier. It's very hard to switch the rhythm within 4 minutes, however long the break was, to actually stop thinking and trusting your instincts. He goes bishop d7, which looks a little, what's
Bishop
the word?
d7, kind of less convincing, if you ask me.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Like rook e8, b6, bishop a6 looked so obvious.
Yeah, castles, and yeah, I guess you can try, say, double on the c file quickly, rook c8, queen c7, try to win that pawn.
First of all, you might not after f4, no, and secondly... and now he goes rook e8, now he's making this weird.
Queen d4, right? Yeah, and... Yeah, you're not that comfy.
After
and
queen d4, also a7 is saying, so you can't even go rook c8, no, he's
and if you go b6 first, there's bishop a3. Yeah, so targeting d6 immediately, then f4, you know, a to e1, and then white's pawn up.
No, he's very much messed us up.
So Fausti gets an advantage in game 1.
Yeah, now b6 is played, but it really doesn't gel with bishop d7. That was such an unfortunate move.
Yeah, so b6.
Brkic shaking his head.
Yeah, like bishop a3 is good, bishop e3 is acceptable.
Yeah.
Then is f4 a good move? f4 allows bishop g4, and therefore is not a good move for now. But one might be tempted with f4.
Could be, but bishop a3 also looks nice. Thinking, what's the clock situation? It's 2 minutes. This is a blitz game, so
yeah, roughly 2 minutes each.
Yeah, we will stick with it. It's hard to jump around, analyze lines. f4 played. He's running into bishop g4.
But black has to find bishop g4.
Find that.
Otherwise, white is much better.
It's a nice move. And it's not that hard, because after fe, bishop takes e2, you go d takes e with a tempo. No, he hasn't spotted. He went knight g4.
Knight g4, now white just solidifies with bishop.
White just goes
d3 or f3, and it's better. Yeah, bishop d3, I guess, is more natural. Now, I guess after bishop d3, black will have to play f5. Otherwise...
Also not an easy move to make,
not
blocking
an easy
your own
move to
bishop. No, it looks like Brkic is a bit exhausted, understandably, from the drama in all these rapid games. Bishop d3 played. Little jump before pressing the clock.
He stole again, by the way. Seems like
no, he did this little.
Bishop d3, white's position kind of comes together. Bishop to d2, rook e1. If you don't play f5, I guess f3 and even like potentially some g4s.
g4, f5. Now this could get ugly very quickly. The bishop on d7 is so misplaced, forever attacking c4. No, he had this bishop g4 chance.
Yeah.
He missed it. Also, he keeps cleaning his nose, which is not pleasant if you have 1 minute. Seems like he's struggling with a cold. Often happens, no? Like you switch on the aircon because it's warm and then people get a cold. Like it's unpleasant if you're playing.
Right.
Okay, Ante, but you gotta make a move.
Yeah, it's no longer 10 seconds increment.
And it better
you can't get away. Yeah, can't get away with like thinking. Yeah, so tough of a situation for Ante. Out of other games that we have, everything seems to be, well, relatively balanced, apart from Grigoryan having an advantage.
He's dreaming of bishop f5, but after h3.
h3, knight f6, white goes f5, yes, and bishop will be developed to f4 or g5. Yeah, this is just bad. And again, bishop on d7. Yeah, with the pawn on f5, you would like to get knight d7, knight e5 maybe, but you have this bishop on d7, which is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that was...
Okay, bishop a3, bishop a3. Answers was bishop a3, and here...
Ah, that's also good.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop f5 anyway, just say, okay.
Yeah, you probably have to. I think you probably have to, because what do you do otherwise? Like, you defend the d6 pawn, then you're getting rolled over.
It's pretty sad, too. Yeah,
Queen
he
c7.
does defend it, queen c7. Now he's drifting, queen c8, queen c7, knight g4. He's a bit out, and you can't do that against these kids.
h3.
10 seconds for Ante Brkic. Knight e3, rook e1, knight f5, I guess, is the idea.
Knight f5, and then, yeah, well.
2 keeps control. h5 plate. Okay, the reflexes are still there, of course. You can't allow f4.
Apparently, queen f3 is very strong here.
Even g4 is interesting.
Yeah, g4 is also interesting, of course, yeah. So now Fausti is down to, what, 40 seconds? Brkic only has 7.
Yeah, Fausti is also... Clock is ticking. If I saw correctly, it was like 20-something. Plays queen f3, good move. h4, queen g4.
Well, queen g4 is clever. h4, queen g4, and now if you go g6, which he had to do, bishop takes, queen takes h4 is what he does, and threatens queen f6.
It's not just the pawns, but also the dark squares.
The dark squares are awful. Yeah.
Suffering here. Queen takes c4 plate, but now bishop takes d6, and he loses on time.
Oof.
He lost on time.
Fauy-Oro,
bad too.
Blitz specialist.
For sure.
Takes another lead. Yeah. Was he leading in this match? Yes, he was. Right. No, he never.
I don't think he ever had a lead.
No, he never had a lead. He came back. He came back. So now he takes the lead against
Brkic has to win now on demand with the white pieces. But in Blitz,
Max,
the guy's a star.
Max has a better position, winning position against Lalit.
Okay, we're used to that. Okay, this looks quite winning.
Yeah.
Max Warmerdam, Dutch international. G4, going for the kill.
So just breaks through. Okay. G4. King goes, and he takes h3, rook g6, hg6. And that should be it. There could be still some like queen h4 checks and stuff. So
King g7 or rook f7.
f7, bishop h3, king g7, as solid as ever.
Now every endgame is resigns, and there's not even a check for white on the horizon.
Yeah, just checking if the yeah, no results. Well, Daniil Yuffa wins his first game. Wins his first game with black against Thavandiran Shiyam after making how many 6 draws? Yeah.
Yep.
Grigoryan, whom I declared to be the only one having the advantage, he makes a draw against Ahmed Adli. Kazybek has an equal position against Narayanan, and the one we are watching, Max just won.
This is over, so let's go to Kazybek, Nogabek. Equal but tricky.
Yeah, that's very tricky. It's not the drawish position, you know, in the blitz game where you are on seconds, like anything but a draw. And I think we are also fairly behind on our digital board.
Keeps happening. With blitz games, the boards aren't that fast.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, pre-move. This is not the internet. You can't pre-move. You have to let your opponent make a move.
G4, this knight is getting kicked around. And
what's he doing now? He's protesting? You're the one who just pre-moved.
He thought...
What are you doing, Kazybek?
He thought he made an illegal move or something?
That was very legal.
Knight from f5 to e7 is a very legal move indeed.
Oh, so you can't protest dirty play after 5 seconds after you moved your king when it wasn't your move yet.
Yeah, it's like white is better according to the machine. Knight f3 would be a strong move, but it's unclear what happens on the board now.
I don't know what he's...
So he says like he pressed the clock and then adjusted, maybe something like that.
Which is fair, but he literally 5 seconds before played king d3 before his opponent had pressed the clock. So
yeah, so that is a bit
of... You can't have your cake and eat it too, or can you?
You guys are fine continuing the game?
Come on, Kazybek. What's he doing now? Why doesn't he just play knight f3 and win the game?
Yeah, knight f3 is the only move that keeps, keeps the advantage. Knight f3, I guess knight d4 was the big threat, and then after c5 you push the king away with a check and the king. Oh no, and check was bad. Check on d1, king e4. Now white's completely winning.
g5. Yeah, g5 played.
g5.
Oh, and
very strong.
Checkmatey. Is he going to protest again? H takes g5 was a little...
clumsily played.
Clumsily played.
What do we do? What do we do? Do we give a couple of checks just to see what happens? Like rook b8 check, yes. Rook b7 check, yes. And
e6 maybe?
Pushy. e6.
Ah,
e6.
I like knight e6.
Knight e6 is a double attack. Yeah, we do like double attacks in this studio. There's a lot of checks though, and maybe that was the problem with knight e6.
Hey, king f4, that's not in the middle of the square. Call the officer.
Call the ambulance. Yeah, so now we drop our e5 pawn.
We take g7 and then we run with our h pawn.
g7 and we hope for our h pawn to be enough.
Yeah, it's still not that obvious, right? King g8, knight f6 check if needed.
Compi, in fact, thinks it's almost defendable for black. It's 0.7.
It looks like it,
It's 0.7. So there is, at some point, like...
So rook e1, okay.
Rook to e1. Somehow you would love to infiltrate with the king, right? Now I don't necessarily see...
again? Come on. He resigns because he dropped the rook.
He ran out of time because he dropped the rook.
But you always got to do something. Push the clock, then you get punished for an illegal move where you can make your move.
That was... No, but you know what? I said knight h5 looks strange, but it was winning.
It was winning.
I guess, h6, rook e1 was very unlucky move.
Yeah, rook e1 I didn't like.
Rook e1 was very unlucky move, and then knight h5 was a win.
Yeah, go king g8. No, like, stop this pawn.
Yeah, so this pawn will eventually start running, so you might as well just take care of it.
Knight h5, you can do something.
Okay, so players, I believe, will have a little break, but we will not because we have the games to look at, right?
Why would we take a break when we can analyze Daniil Yuffa winning his first chess game?
Not his first chess game ever, I imagine, but his first chess game here in this tournament. So I've made some comments about this line not being particularly attractive, but I don't know. Somehow he proved me wrong.
Okay, all of this is sort of theory.
Rook a to d1, rook a to d8, b3 was fine, I guess. h6.
I have no idea where you are.
No, I'm much earlier because I remember this one. It's funny. Soviet chess school had, series of opening books, and some of them were, let me be honest, quite crappy. So it's out and you immediately see. But Bagirov's book on Alekhine, which was released in 1985, I want to say. Okay. It stand true for 20 years, the lines were very good. And then at some point, it had this line included, and I was playing it, and at some point I thought, no, this line is actually not so good. This one, like the calmer line with f6 and so on, because White also gets to play d5 in some move orders, then go for something very sharp. Yeah, so here, let's say move 15, there should be some like more precise move order for White that White actually gets an advantage.
Yeah, generally White is better. Just king h1, bishop g1, queen out of the way. Even h3, what he did probably is not too wrong. King h8.
King h1, bishop g6, and after bishop g6 had to go bishop d3, and queen e1, bishop h5, again g4 was good. Knight e4 allowing black to take was, yeah, and black
that
equalizes
was the turning
after
point.
that.
Yeah, now black is playing.
And slowly but surely, black taken over. Maybe not so slowly. I don't know.
Took over pretty quickly, yeah. All right, great job, Mr. Yuffa. Adli Grigoryan was another draw. We've seen Max winning, we've seen Fausti winning, and this was some proper chess pieces flying both sides, protesting each other's dirty moves, and then
it's
while trying to move this rook, it fell out of his hand and he lost on time.
And Kazybek is getting a lead in this tiebreak for the third consecutive time. So all he has to do, all he has to do, not to lose the return game, but so far he didn't manage. And
this time,
and again, like having the memory of World Cup final 2015, where one Peter Svidler was leading 2-0 after the classical, like first two classical games, and he couldn't keep it. And then he was leading maybe a couple of times at the very least during the tiebreak.
Yeah.
And he couldn't make it. And he eventually lost by plundering the rook in a winning position.
Some people even congratulated him on the internet once he led 2-0, thinking it was a two-games match, which greatly upset Svidler, who believes in jinxing. Turns out he was right. Okay, still, this is a different format. Here, you only need to win one of these mini-matches, 1.5-half. So 2-0 is plenty good enough.
Yeah.
And Kazybek-Nogebek only needs a draw to wrap it up.
Yeah, but it's amazing. Look, it's amazing how we started with 20 tiebreaks. And 14 of them fell off sort of immediately after the first portion. But the next 6 proved to be like very tough matches. Yeah?
Wrap it up, guys.
So now we have, what, 5 left? Some of them, yeah, like Grigoryan and Adli, what if they keep making draws? Man, what if they keep making draws? Yeah, so now Yuffa with White needs to do what he has been doing all these previous games, make a draw.
I think he's just gonna keep winning now. He's got a taste of it.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna win the other one.
Yes, Kazybek
with the black pieces, and this is also not the game that we will be concentrating the most.
We want more Fausti.
Yeah, we will be watching yet again a battle of youth versus experience.
But it really looked like Ante Brkic was hurting, like having trouble with his cold, with his nose there. Also, of course, the stuff is exhausting. Like,
yeah.
2 games of 15 plus 10, 2 games of 10 plus 10 is no jokes, and their breaks are very, very short. So this is, yeah, it's a very, very tough event. You could argue it hasn't even started. We haven't even reached the stage with 128 players. And already guys are being pushed to the limits. Yuffa does. You go c4. If you need a draw, can you go like d4, occupy the middle? Okay, they keep debating random Caro-Kann stuff. What was that? c3, queen c7, c4? Brkic knows all the tricks.
So that is... Wait. c3, queen c7, c4. So that's got delayed Panov variation. Yeah. Delayed Panov variation.
Queen on c7 Panov. e6, knight c3. I guess Fausti will develop.
I guess knight f6 is what you do.
Maybe bishop b4. If you're worried about knight f6, c5. I don't know if you are, though. I don't think Fausti worries about much in general.
Yeah.
Worrying about nothing.
He's not in this age where you worry a lot.
No.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Knight
seem too
c3.
concerned.
But yeah,
Needs
bishop
internet
d4.
access.
Bishop b4.
Cashews.
Bishop b4 is also
dc4, that looks wrong. That looks very wrong. Allowing all
Like-
kinds of d5s.
First of all, like you're not supposed to let them take in one go from f1.
No. Especially with the queen on c7.
Then you have the queen on c7 in his isolated pawn position, which potentially is like your tempo down instead of being a tempo up.
Might not be terrible if he gets the pieces out, but it feels shady.
Yeah.
Question is, how can Ante put pressure?
Castles, bishop to
Five
e7.
is probably not enough. Even this looks mildly pleasant, but probably it's not what you want in a must-win situation.
Yeah, so he goes for bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Castles.
Rook c1, queen e2 is a move.
Queen e2, h7,
Fausti
h6.
know this h6, bishop h4, knight h5 idea. He might not know it, he might just do it out of necessity before he runs into bishop g3.
Yeah. Which actually is a very standard move with the queen on d8. I'm thinking it could be just a position with queen being on c7 and all the rest being in place.
Yeah, knight h5 played.
Knight h5 played.
I think you still go bishop g3. Knight
Bishop.
takes, pawn takes.
Yeah.
But Ante is
No,
a very solid guy. He
Ante
takes on
has
e7. Is
a
there
different
enough
opinion.
to play for now? Queen takes.
e7.
Why not knight takes?
Queen e7 is a little sus.
Yeah, knight takes looks a million times more natural, and then knight f4 or knight f6.
Yeah, you are getting closer and closer to this blockade on d5, which one guy, Nimtsovich, has written a book about.
Yeah. Queen takes looks very strange.
Yeah,
But okay, he's a 12-year-old kid. He's just an amazing tactician, but of course, how much time can he have had to study whatever?
I mean, especially
Nimtsovich
if you had to play at least 1 million games of bullets
Also,
on
you
the
gotta
internet.
play a lot of internet chess. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you also learn. All the stuff matters a lot less than hanging your pieces when you don't.
Yeah, that's true. So knight back to f6.
His position is not terrible now, by the way. I'm also
in all fairness,
Ante punished him.
The feeling is like, the maximum you'll break through with d5 at some point. There'll be like some slide.
Then again, a slight pull in some endgames. Sometimes it's also not the worst way to play for a win. Queen b4.
Queen to b4. Yeah, like
b3.
The way he plays this isolated pawn position is if he had to win.
Non-standard. Yeah, it's pretty
he had to win on the
attacking
demand.
b2, attacking b4.
Queen e2.
And Brkic is desperately defending, trying to
Brkic
keep
being
everything covered.
Brkic, trying to be very solid, having everything under control, which is very hard against these kids.
Yeah, also if you need a must-win, being very solid is not...
Not your best recipe. Right.
He keeps asking questions, Fausti. Rook d8, not concerned about d5, f7, anything. Just attacking stuff.
Wow. Rook d8. Yeah, I guess you're d8 though, like leaving f7 unprotected.
Yeah, it's not was old guy instincts don't agree with any of his moves, but they're not bad enough to get him really into trouble. So it might be our instincts that are up.
Interestingly, like most of the games are fairly level. Okay, there is some mess going on in Adley Grigoryan game, but we are kind of used to that.
Yeah, doesn't count.
All right, so what was... nothing has happened after Rook d8.
No, Brkic is also a bit slow. He's not on blitz mode.
A3, Queen f8. This is how you defend. Yeah, this is how you defend the f7 with the queen.
Gotta go to f8.
Right.
None of these moves are bad. We're not mocking them. They're just so surprising if you expect it.
So what do we do now? Rook e1, bishop a2. Bishop a2, which is a standard move in some of this isolate pawn position, doesn't make much sense
yet.
here.
You might want to go d5 later. And the rook e1 can't be too bad, can it? Yeah,
rook e1 played,
bishop d7.
Bishop to d7. Then there is d5. There is knight e5.
Those are moves.
How do we answer knight e5? Bishop e8?
Bishop e8.
Bishop e8 being solid.
Then, yeah, one day you have to go push in with d5 and hope.
Yeah,
that some play remains.
Somehow it adds up. Yeah.
But will it?
Knight e5 played. Now, if I wanted to say if you take on e5, it's a terrible idea, and it probably is. But even then, like takes and knight e8, computer's not impressed.
Here goes rook c8.
Rook c8 allows knight f7 and d5,
Oh,
and this is a big
this
chance.
is serious.
This is a big chance.
It's not exactly Brkic style. Also, I find it difficult. It's not a typical idea. Yeah.
Bishop a2.
Not happening. No.
Bishop a2
chance
now.
To go bishop e8 or knight e7 or some.
Establish some extra control over those.
Stable-ish move.
He did play something. I don't see what move he played. And the board is logging.
Yeah.
Knight e7. Yeah, finally taking care of those light squares.
Taking care of business.
The queen is not very mobile now on f8, in all fairness.
But I don't think Brkic likes these types of positions.
So he normally is the one playing against the isolated pawn,
Yeah.
you want to say. Rook d3.
I'm also not sure what the correct white plan is. Sometimes it's like h4, g4, g5 might be.
Wait.
But knight d5, now Brkic likes it. Now he can take twice
now
and
he
switch back to
takes
grinding.
and,
Now this is a big favor to him. Bishop d5 was played instantly.
So now what do? We take with the knight.
Yeah. But now white is very happy again.
Like rook e3 and all of
h3,
that.
let's see.
Good knight.
No. There, yeah, Fausti. Gave his opponent what he wanted.
Wait, so now he's thinking he takes
goes
with the
ED
pawn
directly,
immediately, but it's not
whatever.
necessarily a better move. Because now rook can
Might
switch to
leave
g3.
it a little murkier, but it's also riskier, no? Like,
yeah,
rook g3 played.
Rook g3, and again you'll go h3. You'll have some queen d2s, attacking the. Yeah, so there will be some threats against the king. Bishop e6.
Yeah, nothing too dramatic. He's stabilizing, but just long term, the bishop staring at his own pawn is not the proudest piece. But you gotta speed up, Mr. Brkic. Oh, there was a fly.
Yeah, I'm looking like nothing else really sticks out. That's
Nothing
the
else
only
matters.
Nothing else matters indeed. Yuffa being much better, I think that is enough of a reason. Once you won one game, you know how to do it, so you can replicate this as many times as you like. Queen e3, creating a threat. King h8, stopping a threat.
Yeah, he's slowly getting it closer. h3, maybe knight e2, knight f4. h4, everybody loves h4 in every position.
But
why
now
is h4 better than h3 here? I will never
here,
understand.
not clear at all, because the pawn's not getting to h6.
No, it leaves the g4 square vulnerable, could be a target. I think people just change their wiring to, if in doubt you need a luft, you go h4.
Yeah, even though in this particular case h3 would have been better.
So much more normal.
And he's down to seconds again. Like Fausti still has like close to 2 minutes.
It's Fausti.
Queen d3. no obvious threat, but also no obvious way for black to kind of solve all the
I like
issues.
this move. Yes, time. Knight h5, I guess. Rook f3.
H5.
Hint at g4, g5. Or knight g6, of course.
Back to e3 also works.
Oh, yeah, he goes to e3.
Back to e3. Ah, no, he went to f3, knight f6, and then to e3.
Also makes sense, yeah.
To e3. So not clear if knight g6 is a threat, but it is something to consider for sure. And then what Compi wants to do is, like in many lines from what I can see, move the c3 knight to f4.
Knight e2, knight f4. Yeah.
Knight e2, knight f4, and then f3.
Everything's there. Knight g6, knight e6, knight g6.
Yeah, not
gotta speed
easy
up,
this
Ante.
one. Now,
no, not queen d2. That's a random move.
That's a random move, yeah, precisely. Knight e2 was cool, and even g4 could have been played. This one is indeed a random move. Well, a6 also looks pretty random. F3,
Knight b5, but that's not the direction white should go.
F3, preparing for g4, I guess.
A6, b5, whoa.
That is not where you're supposed to be.
No, it probably is going to work. He's going to go b4, create some counterplay. Knight h7.
Knight h7. We don't like this one.
Ante blocks the square e2 for his knight.
Rook e2.
Yeah, bring the horsey.
Rook e2 now allows black somehow to some regroupment of pieces, because you can go knight f8.
He wanted queen f4, threatening knight g6, knight f7.
Yeah. Black played king g8.
He smelled it out.
Oof.
But h5 gives the g5 square, no? The camera even freezes just thinking about h5. Or does he want g5?
Maybe he wanted g5.
G5 looks more
He did go g5, so strangely, usually it's the board which it lags, but now it was the camera, so g5, ag5, ag5.
So what's going
Black
on?
is in trouble, man. Let me tell you. Black is in trouble, and also the time is ticking down.
Time is evening out a bit.
Found his rhythm, Brkic. 7 f6. F7, F6 is trouble because you... Oof, not G6, not G6,
GF,
no, GF. G6, black can go knight F8. And as scary as it looks, apparently there is nothing. Knight F8,
played,
knight goes back, and then you have bishop F5, right?
Once we get to direct play,
bishop H3, no,
wins.
come on, I mean, the kid wins.
A lot of strength.
Yeah, precisely. Like his rating dramatically increases now. And bishop F5, knight F4, queen D6, and then he has everything planned.
Instantly.
And yeah, somehow he...
Okay. Can you go knight G6? No, he does it,
He does it.
Not rook G6, I wasn't sure what happens. Bishop takes...
Rook takes G6, bishop takes, knight takes,
G3,
and then...
Queen G2.
Queen G3, Queen G2, and also there's like D5 he's hanging at the end, and
he also didn't think it through further. Yeah, rook E8, knight F4, now...
G5, okay.
G5.
Okay, but he keeps
back.
the rhythm much better than Brkic does.
Yeah.
Knight to E2, what did he do? King G7, King G7, rook H8?
Yeah, King G2, knight G3. Make a move, Brkic, come on.
Queen E1 is a bit awkward.
Weird moves.
It's a bit awkward. And now, well, rook E3 is a very annoying move, right? And rook D3, the rook infiltrates. Well, rook D3, knight C1, though.
I went back.
Knight G3, whoa.
We're back to
now
coronation.
we have some squares.
Bring the other horsey.
We have some squares.
Yeah, King G2 now.
Knight E2, trying to stop a trade, right? F4, not sure I like it. Not sure I like it, but it's... Yeah, we have to completely forget about any positional, guidelines in this position.
We guess white should be winning, but against
rook
when he
takes.
blunders rook takes e2, now he's no longer winning, and he loses on time. And that is the match. Fauy-Oro advances to the second round. Tough break for Brkic, who was still outclassing him at times, but it wasn't enough. Oro always kept his composure, came back when needed, never lost focus. Deserves the win.
Yeah.
That makes him I didn't look this up, but I'm just assuming the youngest World Cup round 2 player ever.
Absolutely. Daniil Yuffa wins. Ahmed Adli, supposedly the game is still on, but he's completely winning against Grigoryan. The famous building the bridge thing.
Lucena position. Ahmed looks new to this. King G7 is a good move.
I mean, well, there's nothing wrong with giving a check going King E7 in case of King E5, yeah, but first, like methodically, you get the pawn on F7. Right, you get the pawn on F7, then you go with your checks.
Now you do your stuff.
And then rook to the 4th.
Oh, the bridge he knows.
The bridge he knows by heart.
Although I always thought the bridge was overrated, like rook G1, King G7.
yeah, that's true. I didn't know.
This bridge business they bothered us with when we were kids.
Recently thought of the same. Yeah, like there are some exceptions where you actually need it, right? With the G pawn somewhere, but most of the times, like it's quite methodical, but you don't need it.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, rook to D5.
Still, he's showing us how it's done.
Getting ready to go rook F5 and win the game.
So that means he wins the match as well, right?
Yeah, Max won his second game.
Wow, Max is through.
Max is through. Nordibek, Kazybek wins his game, and he's is
also through. Now everything's ending. Yuffa is through.
Wait.
Everything's over.
Are we done?
Free.
Are we done? Are we free?
That was fast.
Man. Yeah.
So Yuffa advances, beats Thavandiran 2-0, I believe. Ahmed Adli, by winning this game, goes through. Max Warmerdam beats Lali 2-0. Fauy-Oro wins 2-0 in this blitz portion.
And
Kazybek-Ritvik also 2-0.
Also 2-0, yeah. So
that escalated quickly.
Yeah, so we will not see the answer to a poll of a day. We will not see the sudden death game.
No. I was wrong. Didn't even get close.
Didn't even get close. We didn't get to the second blitz, did we? No, we didn't get to the second blitz.
Bitter disappointment. But that was it for today. The good news is, tomorrow, the answer to the question, where is Gukesh, will finally be. He's here. He's going to be playing on board number 1. The world champion gets board number 1. 50 highest seeds will be joining the action. So it's going to be a very, very fun day of action then. We have to answer the most important question. Who is the player of the round? You, as a committee of 1, get to vote right here, right now.
Then we have to specify that the player of the round, we mean round 1.
Include today or not?
2 classical games and then today's madness. And I'm sorry, but Fausti get my vote. Faustino made it. Yes, it was a shaky match, but I think that will be fair. Player of the round advances to the second round, the youngest ever. We didn't check, but we believe so.
All right. Congrats, Fauy-Oro, player of the round. Advancing to round number 2 is nice, but that is a prestigious award that only one player out of the 156 get. So congrats to him. Here we see the results of today's action.
Yeah, and some people took only 2 games to win, and the longest we've just witnessed, they've played 6 games each. Right, so Jabba was through, Deep Tayan goes through.
We missed some of those, like Supi. Didn't see much of.
Yeah, but we will see more of him, because he's through.
So, congrats to all the winners. That leaves us with the most important things, like the reminder that you should subscribe to the FIDE Chess YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Do it now.
That is very, very important. We encourage you to subscribe to FIDE YouTube as well as all the social media. We encourage whoever is responsible for Jan's chair, which, by the way, today held nicely.
The chair, yeah, I don't know what they did to it, but it's holding up. Like I haven't eaten for 24 hours. Maybe that did the trick. So thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who's making this event possible, this fantastic event here in Goa, India. So thank you for watching, and more tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, and round 2, guys.